Morning, everybody. Start with the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the United States of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking you to watch over this meeting of our commissioners. Ask that you be with all of our county employees as they go about their duties throughout this week. In Jesus' name, amen.
Good morning, everybody. I'll make a motion that we approve the meeting minutes from last week.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
I'll make a motion, we pay the claims in the amount of $757,045.63.
I'll second that motion.
A huge portion of that was the two Tricos that we got, so like $584,977 of it was that. So that's my motion.
Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
We've got one abatement.
Is it levied $112.77, David?
No, without looking there.
432.
That's the change?
That's the difference.
Oh, okay.
That's the tax.
I'll make a motion that we approve this abatement or add an abate for $404.32.
I'll second it.
Motion moved, seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then I have the treasurer's interest in delinquent tax reports. If you have any questions, just let her know. I think we sent that out. You guys can get to it.
You did.
You did.
The interest is definitely up. I think that's all I've got at the moment, but we'll need a legal executive session at some point. That I didn't have scheduled on there.
Is that all you had, David?
Yeah, for now, that's it.
AMR?
Good morning, Galen Anderson with AMR. Numbers wise, for the past 7 days, we've done 19 transports, so it's been a bit of a busy week. And so far, month to date, we're at 51 transports. I'm still working on recruiting for the 2 EMT and 1 paramedic full-time positions. And I think we're going to be able to, we've had a number of part-time employees from our Kansas City Metro operation come down to cross-train just to help fill positions, fill open shifts. And there's some interest with at least one in picking up one of the full-time positions, so that may help be able to fill it internally, so to speak, from that sister operation. And I think that's all I have. Anything for me?
I don't have anything.
I've got a question on the budget. Just, could you explain to everybody what the reasoning is it's went up so much?
Sure. For our requested increase?
Yes.
Yep. So I requested a budget increase from the Board of Commissioners that would go into effect in 2024. And really the high level easiest way to explain it is we haven't increased the amount that the county pays to AMR for a number of years. And the last time we renewed our contract, we actually decreased the annual subsidy that the county pays to AMR. And as you can imagine, with inflation, what everybody's experiencing, our expenses for running the operation has, incrementally grown over the years. And it just got to a point where last year it wasn't, the operation wasn't healthy financially. Really the two streams of revenue for the operation are the subsidy that the county pays, and then the revenue that comes in from billing for transportation. We get Medicare does a small increase for revenue, but it really doesn't make up a big difference in our total revenue coming in to cover the expenses of the operation. And so the main way that we can offset our total expenses with the revenue that we need so that the operation's healthy financially is to have an increase from the county contribution. So that's kind of where it's the big factors behind it.
That's just a huge increase to me in a year. I mean, from one to the other.
And Galen, I mean, our subsidy that we're paying is essentially paying the downtime for the ambulances. Is that correct? Or
Yeah,
am I thinking about that incorrectly?
Yep. So that in Linn County, we kind of average about 2.5 transports per day. And so, say we end up getting $600-700 for a transport from insurance. That just doesn't go a long way to pay for the amount of full-time employees that it takes to staff
That's an average
3 stations.
payout on the ambulance.
Yeah, I mean, it varies drastically. If one transport is from Blue Cross, they pay at a higher rate. If a transport's from the VA recipient, it pays higher. If it's, Medicaid, it pays very low. If it's Medicare, it pays relatively low. And then any uninsured that's ends up being a private pay ambulance bill, our payments on that are, really low, like between $100 and $200 total. So compared to other if it was a busier operation, we were running twice as many transports. Our need for the subsidy might be half of what it is, or even less. So it's just, the subsidy essentially makes up the difference for all the revenue that we get in for transport, to offset all the cost of operation expenses. I want to say it's been about maybe 7 or 8 years since we've asked for an increase. And a couple of years ago, when we started the new contract, we actually decreased the subsidy from, it was well over 900,000. I think it was around about 940,000. We decreased it, and kind of the way we managed that was we agreed to keep the ambulances in service longer. So now we can keep them up to until they have 225,000 miles on them. Whereas in the previous agreement, the previous commission, it was probably the commission about 8 years ago, wanted ambulances to be replaced at 150,000. And so when we changed that mile cap, it changed our financial structure. Now we don't have to replace ambulances as often. And so we kind of reformulated what our total expenses would be based on that change, and we're able to reduce the subsidy. So, if we had just we've always taken an approach of like, we're not gonna ask for an increase if we don't need an increase. We're not just gonna build in like an incremental increase. I don't know if some of your budget lines just have a small increase every year just to keep up with, inflation, pay increases, things like that. But we've always taken an approach with Linn County of, we just need to meet our expenses, and have enough to pay for capital equipment and things like that. But it's gotten to the point now with the increase of expenses and we haven't increased transports. We're not doing any more transports now than we were years ago. And revenue for those transports from various insurance payers just hasn't gone up much to speak of at all. So it's caught up to us to the point that we need to have a higher subsidy to pay to keep doing business.
So what options did you look at? You looked at Anderson County to join us,
Alan.
or Allen County?
Yeah, so we've explored in the past year being able to bring other counties in and build a bigger system so that it can run more efficiently. Instead of having 2 ambulances and a supervisor vehicle covering Linn County, theoretically having 4 ambulances covering 2 counties, or 5 ambulances covering 3 counties. If it's larger and have proportionately, you could have less resources. So explored that with some other neighboring counties, Bourbon County and Allen County, and there was some interest there, but then they both internally made decisions to for different solutions outside of joining other counties to create more of a large ambulance system that would be more efficient. So
Who determines medical assist with the fire department? How does that work
like when the fire department shows up to
help you guys?
Yeah, so that's driven off of the Linn County dispatch protocols of when they send the fire department to help and when they don't. There's been times occasionally over the years where we've talked back and forth with them, and sometimes we've added, for this type of calls, it would be helpful to have more hands at the scene, for running a cardiac arrest or something like that, where we just need more hands to have a better patient outcome. And then there's been some where we've agreed, we don't necessarily need extra hands on this type of call. That changed a lot during the pandemic. There was a lot less responses during that time, and then it's kind of rebounded back to a little bit more normal. But so it's largely driven by the dispatch center with some input from us and the fire department.
Now, when you guys dispatch air ambulances out, you do sometimes, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Do you guys own your own air ambulance, or is it just?
It's a sister company.
It's a sister company, so you dispatch those out sometimes.
Yeah, so they have their own the bases in Overland Park and Chanute. They're dispatched out of Denton, Texas. And so we'll make the request from our AMR comm center in Independence to that flight comm center. And we have a protocol that we review every year, basically establish, when a call first comes in, say it's a chest pain, do we activate a helicopter for that? Say it's abdominal pain, do we activate a helicopter for that? And we review it every year and take some criteria out, maybe add some criteria in. So we're really proactive with activating the helicopter, and probably 90% of the time, then the ground crew cancels it if they get to the scene and see the patient and start their assessment and say, oh, we don't need a helicopter for this, and they'll cancel it. And
So is it always you guys' sister company that you call, or is there other companies we call?
no, so there's 3 bases kind of outlying a little ways away from Linn County, and essentially who's available, because sometimes one's not available. Sometimes the one to the north has bad weather, and so they can't fly, and the one to the south has good weather, and so they can fly. And then sometimes, they may already be out on other flights, and so they're not available, and then that just rolls to the next available helicopter base.
Is yours the first one that you call all the time?
Yep. So we automatically go to those, because then we can get alerts to both an air base to the north of us and an air base to the south, Overland Park and Chanute. And then if they're not available, if they can't fly, then automatically rolls over to helicopter out of Harrisonville. That's a different company. And then I think they have another base. I can't remember where their next base is, and then it would automatically roll to that if that base wasn't available. But probably,
On our airport.
yeah, but probably 90% of the time, ground crew gets there and cancels it, or maybe our AMR dispatch, when they're going through their process of talking with the patient, gathering more information, they may cancel if it doesn't meet criteria. So.
And how we provide housing and stuff for you guys, that's not typical what you guys do really anywhere else, right? Because everybody else is more active on rotation. How's that work?
It's kind of mix and match. Like in busy city systems, there's usually not housing provided for AMR because a lot of times the systems are set up that if they're so busy and one ambulance, if they were on a 24-hour shift like they are here, they would end up running 20 calls, and that just wouldn't be safe. So like in my Kansas City operation, the ambulances only work 12-hour shifts, so they don't have stations because they stay so busy. They just go from one call to the next most of the day, with an hour break here and there. So they don't have stations, and they're only on 10 or 12-hour shifts. And then like we have another base in Harrisonville, and they're on a 48-hour shift like this. And it's dedicated to a hospital, and we've gone back and forth where maybe the hospital provides the housing, and that's kind of baked into the agreement. And then if we provide the housing, then, the funds that were allocated for that, then we take out of the agreement and we're paying for it. So it's just kind of, essentially the money moves back or forth, whoever's providing housing.
Is there an average time that you have to be within to a call? I mean, if we had one.
No, there's not.
There's not a.
And there's never been a response time requirement in the agreement. And for this county, there are for some other counties do have that. It's more common in like a busy metro system to have response time requirements. In rural systems, it's usually not, just because you kind of end up painting yourself into a corner and say, if we have a 10-minute response time requirement, we probably have to add 2 ambulances and double the subsidy. You know what I mean? Like it would really drive what the total resources needed in the county would be.
I'm sure you have it, but your data for us, how many transports we've had in the last year, and here the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, it usually runs between like around 750, 800 transports in a year. Mm-hmm. And that's been pretty consistent for the past 4 years or so. And it was a little bit lower before that. Maybe 5-6 years ago, it was more between like 600 and 700.
That's all I have.
I don't have anything else.
It's just, I've talked to some neighboring counties that do their own, they subsidize it, but it's not near that high. I mean,
Sure.
It's a lot cheaper.
And then there's some that are higher. We understand from a few of the counties that we've talked with, what we'd be able to do it for price wise is considerably lower than what they do it for with their own resources. But it's just, each county gets to decide and choose how they want to model it and how many resources they want available. A lot of times that just drives it. If there was 1 ambulance in the county or 2 ambulances in the county, it would be a much lower price point. But then, of course, you'd have instances where response times were much higher.
At what point do we start? I mean, if our transport numbers start declining or something that way, at what point do we start looking at decreasing the number of ambulances that we have staffed and everything that way?
Sure. I really don't expect them to decline. They kind of, 10 years ago to 5 years ago, they were kind of steadily rising. And then it's kind of been
More stagnant?
It's been a little bit more flat. But I don't, for, you know, the pandemic kind of threw a wrench in, like obviously transports everywhere across the country just plummeted during the pandemic. So nobody wanted to go to the hospital, and, you know, everyone was just hunkering down and figuring out what was happening to the world.
Where do we compare with counties our size that you guys deal with three, we don't have 3 ambulances, but 3 stations
Sure,
versus other counties our size?
sure. That's a good question. I can find that out. I know just, and it really varies state to state, because some states have regulations where you have to have a certain amount of resources available, or like a minimum response time. And so obviously that, you know, if the state of Kansas said you had to have a 15-minute ambulance response time, that would obviously drive, you know, it would raise the floor for everybody, what resources they had to have available. Um, com- with when we look at, say, changing the subsidy or exploring different county models. I get to interact with folks that set up models in like Texas and Arizona and different parts of Kansas and Colorado. And just kind of generally speaking, there's always a little bit of surprise, like, wow, the Linn County operation has 2 ambulances and a supervisor vehicle. Like, oh, if this was Texas, there'd be like 1 or half of 1. So it seems like, generally speaking, like there's a healthy amount of resources. But the fact that the county doesn't have a hospital in it, that also kind of drives it too. Because if it was a, you know, a rural county that has a hospital in it, or, you know, Bourbon County's not a great comparable because they have Fort Scott. But if there was a hospital in the county, it just changes the dynamic a lot, because then the ambulances are doing very short transports, and they, you know, pick up the patient, 10 minutes, 15 minutes later, they drop them off at the hospital, and then they're back in service. Whereas here, our average transport time is, you know, around 45 minutes to an hour, depending on what hospital the patient goes to. And then the dead head back to the county. So that ambulance is out of service for, you know, 2 to 3 hours, depending on, you know, how far across the county they had to go to pick up the patient. So then, you know, when one ambulance is out for 3 hours, then you got one ambulance covering the county, you know, plus the supervisor. So then you just kind of increase the risk if you reduce resources. We do have some good mutual aid relationships. And so I always think about that too, like how often are we using mutual aid? Because, you know, if we never utilized mutual aid and didn't have a care in the world for that, I think you could potentially make a case like maybe we could function with fewer resources and start utilizing mutual aid. But we do utilize mutual aid from Bourbon County and Miami County and Anderson County a fair amount, when both our ambulances are out transporting patients, and we just have the supervisor covering the county. So that happens a fair amount. So I think that's kind of a good metric to keep an eye on too, about if you're over-resourced or under-resourced. So right now, I think it's kind of a sweet spot, because we do end up utilizing mutual aid frequently. And our response times that I report on every month, you know, you probably wouldn't want to see them get much higher than, you know, 13, 14, 15 minutes for some of the areas. You know, if you're just thinking about somebody that's having a stroke, somebody that's having a heart attack. So,
Does the insurance change what they're paying based off of the length of the transport, or how is that
yeah,
determined?
so insurance kind of pays 2 parts. They pay a base rate just for doing an ambulance call, and then they pay mileage. And so there's a base rate charge, and then there's mileage charge.
Okay.
So the longer the transport is, the typically reimbursement is higher. So it does help with that. For sure.
Okay.
So like
Requirements to go to the closest hospital, or how is that?
No, it's Kansas doesn't really. What Kansas drives is you got to take patients to an appropriate facility. So if they're having a stroke, you need to take them to a hospital that can appropriately care for a stroke, because they don't want patients just being dropped off at one hospital that everybody knows they're going to have to be picked up and taken by somebody else to another hospital. But generally, patients don't want to go too far from their home. So we take a lot of our transports to Miami County. And then when some of the hospitals started adding facilities in like Southern Overland Park, patients started going there more often as well. And like St. Luke South is one of the closer large hospitals to the county. That's a pretty popular one as well. So very rarely a patient wants to go all the way up to like KU or somewhere like that.
So David, do they ever set the ambulance fund up in like on the hospital district, where the countywide hospital district, could that be paid out of that, or does that just come straight out of the?
Without probably checking with Gary and reviewing statutes, I don't really know the answer to that.
Do you know anything about that?
Not a thing at all. No.
And I didn't understand the question, so.
Like is their contract ever negotiated through like we had a countywide hospital board or hospital district? Could we pay funds out of a hospital district like that? Or is that how it's ever set up?
A medical services district could contract with an ambulance service to provide ambulance service in the county. If like I say, it would need to be a countywide district to make it.
So one would have to be formed.
And of course, there's already a district in the northern part of the county, so you're not in a position where you're going to be able to form a countywide district, I would think. And if you form one that's less than a countywide, then you go say, well, you can't go to these two townships.
Right.
But even if you did have something like that, it would just be transferring the tax burden to a district instead of the county, and you'd still be taxing people for it.
I don't have any more, Galen. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Gail.
Yep. Have a good week.
You too.
Thanks. Randy?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Hagwald, Linn County Rural Fire and Emergency Management. I handed out the run totals for last week. Pretty busy week, kept the
Hold on.
crews.
I just got a text saying that the camera went black, still have no volume. Just no picture, or still have volume, no picture.
And I don't have any idea what would be.
I broke it.
Broke.
Sorry.
All right, go ahead, sorry.
It was a busy week. Crew's done well, just staying busy.
Maybe it came back, I don't know.
We had 10 incidents last week, brought our yearly total up to 256. Just a reminder, this Thursday in the annex building will be the LEPC meeting. Evergy will be there to give an update on the foam trailer. It'll be coming to Linn County. It is about done. I know it will be on display at a Chiefs conference in International Fire Judicial Center for a tour with the LEPC.
What time is that, 7?
7 o'clock Thursday.
Will that foam trailer be at the power plant, or you?
No, it'll actually be at Station 950 in Lacine. So
Okay.
we can use it. The part of the agreement is that we can use it on anything we want. If we use it something other than the power plant, we have to replace the foam in it. If we're using it on their stuff or training, then they'll replace the foam. So it's something, it'll be a nice asset, but we don't want to use a lot of foam. It'll carry about $24,000 worth of foam.
That's expensive. doesn't it?
Yeah, so if we use a lot of foam off it, it could get expensive, but if needed, we'll use it. So,
Now, is there a shelf life on that stuff?
yeah, there is. So, but like I said, as long as we're not using it, if we're using it out there,
They'll just replace it for us.
that's their expense. So,
Okay.
You got any activities planned for, I saw you had your Prescott deal, how'd that go? Have a little activity down there?
Yeah, we had Touch a Truck last Friday at the library. They're doing it again this Friday. They're doing it in conjunction with a reading program at the Prescott Library and Vacation Bible School. That's happening right across the street, so they're kind of doing a joint effort. So,
Looked like you had a nice little crowd.
yeah, we did. So,
Do you have anything planned for the fair, the upcoming fair? Are you guys involved? I mean, besides like the demo derby, you got anything?
I spoke to a Fair Board member last week. One night they do like a water night where the kids come out and play and cool off. Talk to them about coming out and setting up for that and getting out in the community. So we'll be down there one evening helping with that and spray a little water on the kids and cool them off. So,
I don't have anything else.
all right. Thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Derek?
Good morning, Commissioners. Kevin Franlin, County Sheriff. As far as our numbers go, we have 59 inmates in today, had 13 releases this past week. Have 35 of those are farm-ins. They come from the Marshals, Wyandotte County, and currently we have 2 from Coffee County that we're holding for them. Last week we had 107 911 calls. Total jail contacts were 3,175. Total calls for service countywide were 457 last week. We had 7 civil process papers served, 6 VIN inspections, opened 24 new cases, had 12 cases closed, 7 vehicle crashes, a couple SRO contacts. They're just going back to their schools and checking things and getting ready for this upcoming year. Had 228 individuals in the front door of the Justice Center through the bailiff's spot there, and they had 47 of those were calls for services that went farther than just somebody walking in. They came in for information or assistance or direction. Then we had 6 livestock out calls. I had some people who contacted me this past week. Some of them didn't quite understand like our numbers on our monthly report that you'd given that come to you this first of this month. They just didn't understand how housing and stuff is working. And they had questions about the dollars that were coming in for that. And I kind of thought we'd explain that almost to its death in the last few months, but apparently not. So, I mean, just as this week, I just ran some kind of preliminary numbers. Of course, we don't bill until the end of the month, but I just kind of wanted to put it out there to the people so maybe they had some understanding. This past week, of course, we held federal inmates. I think we had 13 of those for all the time this past week, and that comes up to $8,008 of billable income that we'll bill at the end of the month. For Wyandotte County, we had $9,922.50 of income that we'll bill for at the end of the month.
And that's just this week.
That was this last week, yeah. And then on our other inmates, they would be counties, cities, other counties around us or municipalities within Linn. We had $630 of billables. So this past week, at the end of the month, we will bill out every week that we hold, of course, but this past week we had $18,560.50 of billables. And I think some people get confused because they just hear that monthly number. And it doesn't always add up, right? Because at the first of this month, it was $101,000 that we had billed, I believe, for housing and stuff. Well, that wasn't necessarily what we billed, that was what we received. So that report that you would give, folks would say, well, Sheriff, you're telling us you're making $76,000 to $82,000 per month, but the commission's reading off your sheet and it says it was 101,000. But what we have to understand is things cross in the mail. So if we build Wyandotte County, that we receive may be 30 or 40 days old, that we billed for and received. So I think people might have had some confusion as to what our monthly income is versus what our monthly billable is. It all equals out in the end. It just might be, in this situation, we may not have, like in July, we may be a little bit short because we had money that came into us above and beyond what we billed for, because it would have been possibly instead of June money, it could have been May money. That just depends on how billing falls. So I just kind of wanted to explain that, and that was probably terrible. But nevertheless, I wanted people to understand that, on average, we're at 76 to 81,000 a month, depending on transportation, the amount of inmates that we're holding. What we absolutely know is that number is going to climb. I met with Marshal Service the other day, and we talked about first quarter of 2024 bringing in another 10, 15, 20 inmates from them. And that's when our staffing is hopefully going to be rising because we have tentative approval on those other 4 jail staff members. So I think that, next year, probably by the end of the first quarter or in the second quarter, we'll probably be seeing somewhere near double income as to where we're at today. I think we could easily get to that $130,000, $40,000, $150,000 per month billable. And of course, that doesn't mean that's what we're going to receive every month. It could straggle in a little bit later or something. But in the end, I mean, we don't have, the state of Texas owes us some money because they're real bad about paying. They don't like to pay when their inmates are here in our facility. And we've had some of those. I think they owe us $1,600 or $1,800 and they won't pay us. But I can tell you that our feds, our Wyandottes, and all of our other partners around here are paying. We're not having any issues with that. So, we might end up sending the state of Texas to collections. I don't know, but they just won't pay. But everybody else is. So we're not seeing any issues there. And sometimes with government pay, especially when you're dealing with Wyandotte County, and I'm not beating them, I'm just saying they have a pay schedule that's really rough because with theirs, it has to go from the county into the consolidated government and then back to the county for approval and then on to us. So sometimes they might not meet that 30-day pay requirement. But what I can say is that we've been holding for them for, all of this year, and they've never missed a payment. So, I think it's a pretty good program, and it's becoming fairly lucrative for the county. And I just kind of want to say there are some naysayers, but sometimes those folks don't have all the data. And I just kind of want to help educate people.
And like you've got a receivables aging that you're watching to make sure that we're not allowing them to get too far out or something along those lines, so that we're not 2 months behind or 3 months behind.
Absolutely. We actually have 2 offices that are kind of the check digit for that. And really, we notify the treasurer's office that these funds would be incoming. So then the treasurer is watching, because those are electronic deposits. So the treasurer is watching, and as soon as that electronic deposit comes in, we get noticed, and then we take care, we show that in our receivables. Hence the fact that's where you guys get your income report.
Right.
And then, so the county treasurer, Janet Cleveno, she would notify me if we get over that 30-day period where they owe the dollars. So I then contact Wyandotte County to see where the payment's at and what's going on. I can say that I think every time that I've done that, it's already been approved through the consolidated government, which is the city county government that they have going on. And it's either back at the sheriff's office at the county level or already been sent through to the ACH. And it might just take a few days to have that processed. So, that's all been going really well. And I just think there was some confusion on some people's part. And I mean, I think our dollar figure right now, this year, if we maintain on track where we're at right now, we're looking at $930,000 to $950,000 year this year. I think, quite honestly, I think that may even go up a little bit this year by the end of the year, depending on where we're at with staffing. And the type of inmates that we're receiving too, that's part of it. The easier they are to direct and contain, the more of those we can hold. But if we get problematic inmates, it takes us time, but they also pay us for that because they pay us to transport a problematic inmate back to the Bureau of Prisons if we're having some issue that we can't resolve with the inmate. So there's dollars everywhere we're looking. Like this figure, the $18,560 for last week, that wouldn't include anything in transportation. And I know we had a few transports. So, those equal up to $4,000 or $5,000 a month generally in our transportation services for the federal government. So there's dollars in the program, and I think there's some folks who still want to believe that it's not working at the level that it is working. And I think things are going really well for where we're at right now as far as staff. We have 59 in today. I fully foresee us going. My hopes are first, second quarter of 24, we're sitting pretty steady at 85 inmates in per day, and most of those will be paying inmates. I think today we have 23 of our own Linn County inmates in. So, if that number holds steady at 20 to 30, I think we go to 85 and we'll be making pretty good dollars. And that's not all the program's about, but that's what helps Linn County. So then there were some folks who maybe had some confusion as to where the money was going. And of course, 100% of inmate housing, transportation, all of that income goes into the general fund. So that goes back for the total fund for the county. That money's not coming into the sheriff's office and things like that. So one of the questions that was proposed is, gosh, your budget went up, but so is our income. So if our budget goes up, $1 million, but our income's up to somewhere around $1 million, that's a good thing. So, it's kind of a wash, if you will. And, I think we built the big new facility, and we're still maintaining that with housing income. So, when we talk about $150,000 electric bill, there's a lot of people who would say, wow, the jail's electric bill's $150,000. Well, it'd be electric, water, and gas. But that's not necessarily true. That's 44,000 square foot of electric bill. That would be what was the court, because they had their own facility, what was the prosecutor, because they had their own facility. So we've put all those into one budget. So I just want people to have understanding. And I think sometimes people think I'm trying to trick them or something, and that's not what it is. That's why I wanted to say it here today in front of the commission, because I know that you three understand where it's at. You've seen the dollars. And, I feel like sometimes people want to think that we're doing something behind the scenes, and it's not. We've consolidated multiple locations into one building, and that's the bills we get. So, I just kind of wanted to clarify that, but especially with inmate housing, because a lot of times when people see the income on a monthly income receipt, that income can be greater or less than our billing, depending on when payments received. So
just looking in the budget system, I had only budgeted 500,000 for income this year, which was less than Kevin told me a year ago that he thought he'd make, but we were getting started in it. We weren't sure where we'd be. As of the 12th of July, which is the last entry on that line in here, we brought in $480,574. So we're less than 20,000 short of where I had budgeted for the whole year.
Well, honestly, that was our goal. Our goal was if we could get to $500,000 in our first real full year, we were going to be happy with that situation. And fortunately, we've been blessed. Our facilities worked really well for us, and processes are in order. We've been able to maintain a proper staff load. Now, I'll tell you, there's times we're really short, but thank goodness this year, our worst month was June as far as staffing. We talked about that in here. We brought people from outside, like our school resource officers who got out of school into May. We implemented them into the jail system. They went through a training process in there, and I've still today, this morning, I had a school resource officer who was working in the jail this morning and, called me at 5 o'clock this morning. We had an inmate had a seizure. So that's been a very positive program. We have people to take the place when we do have shortages in that jail staff. I can tell you that we've got this past week, we had 2 interviews for jail staff that we did. And then we have, on Wednesday, we have 3 more. So we've been doing some advertising and some recruiting and things like that. So those numbers are coming up right now. I think in the entire system, we're 4 short. So we're going to have some people to pick from. on this deal. And then, hopefully by, December, we can be looking at who's the next four to bring into the program for those four new positions. And, kind of be able to staff that properly to get our numbers where we want them to be. We'd like to say that, this year we wanted to say our goal was 500,000 in the jail. We're probably, honestly, we've met that goal at this point. We just haven't billed for it yet. I think we're well beyond that goal, honestly. I think the rest of the year, supersedes our goal. Our goal for next year, we'd be looking at, I'd like to say $1 million to 1.2 million, would be our goal to maintain and have that income come into the county. So
what's our plan with those funds? I mean, we never really talked about it, have we?
Well, it's funding all of the budgets that are in the general fund. This year, that was when we did that extra $1 an hour in April. We had it available because of this money coming in, so that's where some of it's going this year. But it would be hard to really nail down exactly what that money goes for, because all general fund income just goes into the general fund, and then it's spread out through all the departments that are in there.
I think it'd almost be fair, and David will correct me, I know he will if I'm wrong, but it's almost like another tax coming in where we receive property taxes or something like that. This would just be essentially kind of supplementing some of that revenue. So, I think it's working really well. And when we put this whole plan together, the only thing I asked the commission to do was fund me so we can operate it. And we're going to do our best to make the dollars. And I would absolutely say that the commission has funded the operation, and, we're coming through with our end of the deal at this point. My goal would be anything, increases in funding that, we would get to a point where we're making at least enough dollars to offset those increases in funding. So when we went into the situation, I think we were at about a $2.6 million budget, somewhere around there, when we went in. And our next budget for 24 is looking about a $3.8 million budget. So, we're looking for that offset to at least get to that $1.2 million mark to kind of offset those budget dollars. Because I think it's only fair that we utilize the building that we built to make the dollars to return to the community. And if we can do that, we've been hugely successful in it, because we've offered such a better space for, that environment, for the jail environment, for the prosecutor, for the court, for IT, and for my office. So,
Well, like I was speaking with a commissioner from Anderson County this past week, and they paid off their jail the other day, and he thanked me for us helping them pay off their jail.
yeah, we were running with Anderson County. They were our primary holding facility, secondary to our own jail when we held 20, and we were sending our checks over to Vern, Sheriff Valentine, $250,000 to $300,000 a year. When we built this facility, Vern called me and he wasn't happy, because it cuts into it cut into his funds coming to his county. So, I think, but I think that's good for us. I think we're also going to see Coffee and Osage County build new facilities. And, there's a lot of people who would say, gosh, we're really worried about, are these federal inmates or are these other inmates, is it sustainable to figure there's going to be enough of them? I can tell you, in my meeting with the marshals the other day, the Bureau of Prisons came down. Marshals had 891 bed spaces at the Bureau of Prisons in our district. And the Bureau of Prisons came down and told them they were going to cut 400 of those bed spaces, so they would have to find other people to hold. And the neat thing about that is there's going to be another 400 federal inmates throughout the system. So currently there's about 10 county jails in the system that are holding. I think maybe Butler, Chase County, one of those two are probably the biggest. They're probably well over 100 federal inmates that they're holding. We won't be able to do that because of the size of our facility, but everything we can do to bring those inmates to us and subsidize is going to be good. But I think, in the world of Coffee County and Osage County, who are building new facilities very similar to ours, I think it gives them hope that they're going to have, plenty of inmates to bring in. Because for me, at this point, I can just call and order another 10. It's just like buying something off of Amazon. except they're human bodies that you have to care for. So, I think that there's a lot of hope out there for local counties. Sheriffs have a lot of hope that these are things that'll subsidize our county to a point where we can, instead of always being a 100% money drain on the county with law enforcement and jail services, now there's some payback. So there's a lot of hope in the system right now. Any questions for me, Commissioner?
One question I've had as far as our releases.
Yep.
You release them, the first place they go is the gas station. And there's a lot of people there that, hit it for a ride and things like that. Is there anything we can do about that?
Well, since 1868, I mean, when statutes were written, the one thing that I can't do, let me start out with this, Commissioner Johnson. Our releases for federals and Wyandottes and other, that could be counties around us, but not municipalities. So a municipality inmate who resides in the Linn County Jail or a Linn County inmate who resides in the Linn County Jail, when we release them, we have to send them out the front door. And for 155 years, that's the way it's been. I think today, and I get calls often, I get concerns. I think today that we have a bigger facility, we have inmates that aren't from here, people are more cognizant of, oh my gosh, that guy said he just got released from jail. Well, I can tell you Friday evening, had an individual get released. We attempted to call his son to come get him. He didn't want that. All he wanted to do was get out the front door, and he did. And within 20 minutes, we had calls on him walking down 52 Highway. We went out and checked on him. He didn't want our help. The last thing he wants is the sheriff's office trying to help him after he's been in jail for, I think that guy was 486 days. So all he wants to do is get out. He wants freedom. And there's nothing that I can really do to affect his freedom at that point, because the only thing that would really be is a violation of his civil rights or civil liberties in that situation. And I can't take that away from him.
Right. Well, it's brought to my attention that the first place, and I've seen it at the first place, it's a gas station.
Yeah. Well, or Dollar General, and they camp in the parking lot for 2 or 3 days. We had that happen recently. But I think, I had a lady contact me. She wanted to start some sort of a thing to help those types of people. And I think it's wonderful, because if there was an organization who would help them, we could probably say, hey, look, we got somebody who will help you. It's kind of an aftercare thing, if you will. And they would probably accept that help. But the last thing they want to do is get back in a patrol car to even ride home over, west of Pleasant. And he was walking through fields and timber, and we had loads of reports about him. But I can't affect his liberty at this point. Quite frankly, we've been affecting it, like on him, for, I think it was 486 days was his, time in. So that's the last thing people want is help. They just want freedom. So,
Sheriff, you started to explain, and I don't think you quite finished your thought, just for the sake of the people listening.
yes.
That anybody who comes to us from the federal
Oh.
or from Wyandotte or
Yeah.
other counties, they go back to their home jail before they get released.
Thank you, Counselor. So written into our contracts with everybody who would house, if they're bringing in outside inmates, they're bringing in what I call a foreign inmate. They're from another county. Those people, the U.S. Marshal's contract, actually, we kind of stubbed our toe on that a little bit at the onset. Because I had told them, the provisions of our contract that we wished for. And one of those provisions is that we would never release a federal inmate on the grounds of Linn County. They'd not ever touch our dirt. So they failed to write that into the contract. And I went back on about month 2, and I said, hey, we reviewed this, but this escaped us. And these are my criteria. And they went back and have installed that. So we were able to make an alteration to that situation where actually with the federal system, we would always, our people, my staff will transport them for pay. So they're paying us a $1 per hour amount to cover 2 staff members to transport that individual. And the only places that we're taking them, or we have taken them, We've taken them to the JPAT system, which is essentially Conair. So it's where you go to the airport, an airport around us, and that individual flies out to another state for holding in federal penitentiary. Or we have transported them to the federal courthouse, and that is the most usual place. We take them there, they have their hearing, they get sent out at that point. And then they walk out the steps of the federal courthouse in Kansas City, Kansas. And the next place that we've taken some is to the Bureau of Prisons, like Leavenworth, the facility up there. And they would usually finish their sentence there, and it might be 20, 30, 60, 90 days, whatever. They would finish their sentence there and then be released out the front doors of the prison there. So Wyandotte County, they don't like our prices for transportation, so they do their own. We've never released a Wyandotte County inmate into Linn County. Now, we have had this situation. We've had a Wyandotte County inmate who came to us on a Wyandotte County issue, but then we, Linn County, had a warrant for that Wyandotte County inmate. That happens often. Usually it's the other way around. Usually we'll have somebody in and then Wyandotte County will want them. So as soon as they say, hey, we're ready for your inmate, well, we'll just hold them for you. We'll charge you $67.50 a day. But if that inmate is released under our warrant, then that inmate is free to go at that point. And again, I can't affect their liberty. I can't drive them somewhere else. I get a lot of inmates who might live over on the Missouri side, but they're here on our warrant. So, but we do not release inmates from foreign inmates on our soil. They go back to who was paying us. Does that answer your question, Commissioner? Yep. And I know that was an explosion in our community. People were upset about it. And, it's just, a lot of times they'll go talk to other citizens before they'll come and say, why did this happen? And give us a chance to explain, because there's a reason that we have to do what we're doing. And I just can't affect people's liberty. Yep. Can't tie them up and call them to a county line.
I understand.
Thank you, Commission. Have a good day.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Amanda?
Good morning, Commissioners. Amanda Snyder, Linn County Health Department. Just have some updates for you. Last Friday, we hosted a painting class, and with that painting class, we provided education on women's health, just information on overall health and annual exams. That was well attended. We had over 24 people sign up to join us for that. As far as our classroom, I've had a request for bids in the paper for 2 weeks. Those bids are due August 25th. We are hosting a breastfeeding brunch on August 3rd. That is National Breastfeeding Week. We have invited staff from Bourbon County, Miami County, Johnson County, our Breastfeeding Coalition, our WIC clients, really anybody from the community who was a breastfeeding mother, is a breastfeeding mother, or plans to be. We also have a guest speaker from the Kansas Breastfeeding Coalition who will be attending and speaking at that event. August 22nd is Tooth Fairy Day. We are providing fluoride varnishes at the health department. That is open to anybody ages 6 months to 5 years. Fluoride varnishes. So it's a coating that we administer onto their teeth that just helps protect them from cavities.
Where are you having your breastfeeding deal at?
We are having that at High Point events. They are donating the use of the building to us for that event. We are having our Health Advisory Board meeting tonight at 6 o'clock. This is our quarterly meeting that we have. Our main topic for tonight is discussing the Workforce Development Grant. This is a grant that is open to Kansas health departments. It's already been established, the amount of money that we will be awarded, but we still have to actually apply for the grant. It is a 4-year grant. You can use the span of 4 years, or you can spend your money sooner if you'd like. Linn County has been awarded $94,175.09. So tonight we'll be going through with the board the application and just talking about what they would like to see this money used for. So we have some different options as far as things to recruit, retain, develop our staff, professional development, different things that we can implement with other organizations in our community. One of the things that I was interested in, and I would like to talk to probably the clerk's office about, is we can use some of this money to provide evidence-based worksite wellness. So kind of like the trifolds that we have now, where you collect points and you get reductions on your health insurance. There's some other programs that we could look into, and this could help fund that.
Okay.
So that will be tonight. We are planning a drive-through flu clinic the first Friday and Saturday in October. That will be hosted at the health department. Times, we're still working on those, but we'll utilize our new drive-through where people will pull up, they'll receive their flu shot and be able to leave without having to come into the building. I guess I have two things. The digital sign. I have another grant meeting later this week to discuss where we're at on this sign. I still have it in our budget within one of our COVID grants, but they're just wanting me to kind of make a final decision. Is it something that we want to move forward with? Is it something we want to scrap? If we scrap it, is there something else that we can find that money to use? Again, those grants are pretty limited on what we can use those funds on, but I just kind of wanted to.
Is that grant the same as the classroom? The funds to be used for a classroom, if that's what you.
So the classroom is going to come out of a critical resource expanding testing COVID grant. This COVID grant is an expanding infrastructure grant. So we reached back out to the people who had originally given us bids, and I only heard back from Shirley Signs. And when he bid originally, it was for two different signs. One had a 24 by 88 display. The other one was a 20 by 75 display. And I have these if you want to look at them.
And what were those bids?
So for the smaller one, it was $36,105, and the larger one was $41,720. And if maybe it's something you're interested in, but maybe we could scale it down, that's something I could reach back out and see if they would give us another bid for that. But I just kind of wanted to see where you're at. I hate to keep wasting time on it if it's something that you really don't want.
Well, I'm not interested in digital signs. I don't know what the other two, how you guys feel. I'm not interested in it.
Didn't we already accept the grant money? It's already been accepted. This is part of a bigger.
Right. Within the grant money, we've budgeted for this. So if we don't do this project, we either need to find something else that is allowable to spend that money on or forfeit the money. And there's some time if we need to figure out something else to do with it. I just don't want to keep pursuing this and having meetings if it's not what you guys want.
I'm not in favor of the sign at this time either.
Okay. All right. The last thing, Jim, when we had talked about vehicles before, you had asked you're just curious what we had spent in mileage. So I had the clerk's office run a report, and we just went back 5 years. So the total for employees for 5 years and mileage was $10,805. I will tell you that I do have one employee that just does not turn in mileage. She just likes to donate that to the county. So that's very kind of her to do. And that I would keep in mind too, that for the last, 2 to 3 years, there hasn't been a crazy amount due to COVID.
And that's not the average per year, that's the total over the 5 years?
That was the total for 5 years.
Okay.
So just wanted to report that to you.
On the sign, are we want her to go find something else to think about, or? What do you think, Ian?
I'm not interested in the sign, and I mean, we can look at something, but I don't think that we just need to go spend the money just to be spending, and if we can't find something, I'm for sending it back. If it's something that we can get good out of, I'll listen to the idea, but I don't want to just spend the money just to be spending it.
So what we did with some of that other money, that's what paid for our drive-through. So I did talk to Todd Mueller last week, and I think we're going to get some more gravel in the front because we really have some drainage issues up there. I mean, that's kind of a drop in the bucket compared to how much money we have. But there's some stuff we could do outside just to improve.
To help out? Okay.
Yep. And he's going to do the back behind our building. It's a mess. It looks like a jungle. So he was going to do some dirt work and try to clean some things up back there. So I know with the county doing that, even with us paying their wages and use of their equipment, it's still relatively cheaper than having somebody else do it, but we could spend the money down some that way.
Okay.
All right. And anybody who is interested in attending our meeting tonight, you're more than welcome.
Do you have any members that their term's getting ready to be up? No?
Nope, we replaced them earlier this year. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Amanda.
Yep.
Jody just,
Joey, are you in a hurry? Is anybody else, Sean, or you guys?
Yeah.
Well, let's go ahead, Joey, if you want to go ahead and come on up, we're right on schedule. We'll do department heads after you. What is that?
I don't think he heard Jason.
Yeah, go ahead and come on.
So Gilmore Bell is, they say an extroverted bond attorney, it's his shoes or your shoes when he's talking to you. Their tax attorneys have come back and said, boy, we sure would like you to not use up your 10% federal wiggle room, if you will. And the long and the short of it is I asked them why. And they said, well, Bourbon County, which didn't do a taxable deal or federal project, had inquiries or audit from the IRS. And Miami County had inquiries and audits from the IRS. And they said, really the long and the short of it was they said the IRS is looking at jail projects. My question is that we're talking about 5.5% using, so we're using 4.5% of what we're allowed to by the federal government, or using or not using any of the 10% that we're allowed to. So I asked Gilmore Bell, I said, either way, we're going to have an inquiry or an audit. And they said, yes, probably. It's just what they're looking at these days, and it's pretty easy to look at. I said, if we're going to get an audit or an inquiry, either way, what difference does it make whether we use we don't use any of the 10%, or we use 4.5% of the 10%? And they weren't able to give me a good answer. And they said, but we don't want to use any of the 10%. And they did then say, but we'll do anything you want. I said, well, it's not up to me. And Gary, you may be able to answer this, because I sent you and Dave the email. I don't know. What it comes down to is cost. And I have been through, I went through 3 at the same time, IRS inquiries / audits for 3 school districts. and they were a pain in the butt. They were ridiculous. And walked away with no changes. Everything was perfect, but it took 2.5 years. It was ridiculous. That is the federal government. But again, using none of the 10% that were allowed or using some of the 10% were allowed is really what it comes down to. And for you, it should be a cost issue in terms of here's the difference. And on the first page, in the green column, I have Gilmore and Bell with using zero. So we have 96 prisoners. 96 total prisoners. So we're allowed under federal regulation to use 9.6 or 10% of it. Gilmore Bell, next, the green column, doesn't want to use any. So inmates allowable for cash, we're fine using 14.5. So total without any changes, we have 24 versus Gilmore and Bell would like us to use 15. So that brings us to legal concerns would like us to use 30%. That's fine. Suggested compromise with legal was, mine was let's use 22%. They are in fact at 28%. The difference going down, 21.12 federal prisoners versus 26.88 federal prisoners. The allowable for cash, we would get us to 35 versus 41. Moving on down, it's the margin of error is five prisoners versus 9.6 prisoners. That's just the difference between the two. And I thought the 5.52 margin error was a reasonable approach. Now, the next page is what does it cost us in dollars? So the first box is, now remember, we're estimating the 2022 will bring in $1.3 million. That's what we have to pay debt service. That's what that can go to, is for debt service. So the Gilmore and Bell option increases our bond size, and the total interest cost, or your total estimated combined new principal and interest would be $1,326,431.51. That $26,000 could comfortably come from the federal prisoners, the extra we get from the federal prisoners. Remember, we're going to bring in roughly 500,000. I think it's on the page before. How many? Oh no, top of the page. 599,360 is our net income before debt service. So that's after we pay our expenses. We're estimating we're going to have just about 600,000. So Gilmore Bell not using any of the 10%, our principal and interest payment would be approximately $1,326,000. The total interest cost is $1,424,000. So annual increase over current payments is roughly $405,000. The next one is the original one that you said move forward with. The increase, total estimated principal and interest is $1.2 million, and we have $1.3 million to make the $1.2 million payment. That gives us a lot of margin of error. Now, if you say to me, let's just do what they're saying. Let's just not use any of the 10%. Let's be as conservative as they are. Remember, it's likely we're still going to get an inquiry. But not having that 10%, not using any of that 10%, I would suggest we go to 12 years. That brings our estimated combined principal and interest to $1,251,318, and we have $1.3 million to take care of that payment. We would still have a 5-year call. So if in fact we're bringing in more money, we could refinance or pay down some of the debt in year 5, depending on how much we build up. So if you decide, I would suggest the 12-year is the better way to go. It just, if sales tax next year doesn't come in quite as well as it's coming in this year, you'll be more comfortable. So that's really what I would have liked to have told Gilmore and Bell, we'll just go forward. We'll be fine. We're going to get an inquiry one way or the other. And I thought, well, I better bring it to your attention, because either way they're saying we're getting an inquiry.
Why, so under their proposal, we're refinancing more of our
That's,
existing debt.
we're about $1 million more. That's
So
exactly
why
right.
is our remaining debt service staying the same?
Because that's not going to, oh, that actually will go down. Sorry, I blew it. You're exactly right. I just didn't do the math on that.
Okay.
So that will shrink a little. In fact, I've got my laptop. I'll need to give you that answer because that's a,
That's a huge increase for 2 years' interest. I mean,
yes, it is.
it's
No, it's
goes
a,
from 1.128 million to 1.736.
yeah, it's a crummy deal. Your federal government's helping you all the time. What I want to do is I want to grab my laptop out of my car. You guys think about this. Let me get the the number on what remains.
Inquiry we go through, what will it cost us to go through that? I mean, what do you think?
I have no idea. I truly have no idea.
Who's
I don't.
involved?
I'll be involved. I don't charge anything.
So you're free?
I'm free. It's really fun. 3 school districts at the same time, one in Oregon, one in California, one in Kansas. It was a lot of fun.
Will you work full time?
I work full time on all of them and it is no fun.
I just looked at the sales tax income we've had this year with 6 months of it recorded and took that times 2. And if we stay on that pace, we're at 1.389 for this year.
So you could stay comfortably at 10, but again, it's not this year. Everything's coming in gangbusters. It's next year or the year after. And if you have a 5-year call feature, this will be callable in 5 years, and you have extra money, you can retire some of it in year 5.
Our 5-year call we have, or 3 years into the first 5-year call, or, I mean, on the,
No, that's on this new bond. That's on the new 10-year.
yeah, but what I'm saying is there's a call on the old bond, right?
Yes, there is. It's the same. I think it might be 6 years, but it
I
is
was going to say, I think we've got until 2029.
right, which is 6 years. Right.
Before we can make extra payments.
That's exactly right.
And
But if interest rates stay the same, you're going to retire the taxable, the higher
Right.
interest sooner.
Correct.
Yeah. So this one will either be callable a year earlier or at the exact same time, but it'll be a 5-year call on this one. But you don't have to make a decision. Let me grab my laptop real quick.
Thank you, Joey.
We can go ahead and get the department head out of the way while he's doing that. Aaron, you got anything?
No, I don't have anything today.
Okay. Sean?
Sean West, Public Works Administrator. You should have received the senior center estimates for Pleasanton. Those are the rough estimates, but we've also had discussion where some of those estimates can be adjusted depending on our timelines with some labor or volunteer labor being brought in or offered. So we're going to try to work on those and understand that they may fluctuate as we go through there, depending on what type of labor sources we use to do the projects. You also should have received a recommendation or a list that we're recommending for tire bids. Jessica worked with the department heads and got all the tires that were needed, and we'd like to put the list out for bid.
Is this normal truck tires or
These are truck and equipment tires.
didn't we just buy some equipment ones not too long ago?
We're trying to do them twice a year. I can't remember when the last one is or was done, but the effort was to try to consolidate these into 2 a year.
So you got loader tires, grader tires, dump truck tires,
Correct.
tractor tires, more grader tires, bush hog tires, loader tires.
And we'd just like to request to send those out to bid and get prices and bring them back to you.
I'm good with that.
I'm good with it.
Yep.
Okay. The next thing you were sent were two RFPs for the airport. We're recommending the more general version, allowing the bidders more flexibility on their bids so that we can get more opportunities to bid.
That's one, I'm good with that too. I think the other one was too. I think we see who's out there and with the general bid myself.
Yep.
Okay. I'll need to work with Gary on some of the Hellsbin stuff on the DocuSign stuff that I just got done with, and we also may bring back some design plans for approval, but I just got those this morning by email, so I was unable to bring them into you. I didn't have time to review them. You saw some pictures of some containers. Dennis has been working on rain days to clean up the shop area on the south shop. One of the container photos was a open top container, and you could see that there were holes everywhere around the container, and the back end was smashed to where the door couldn't be closed. Our proposal to you is that we weld that a strapping on that back end, fill that full of scrap, and send the trailer and all for scrap. It's non-salvageable. The trailer itself is not listed in the property inventory. It was an old surplus trailer. I got a hold of Al. He has no problem. He wanted to do it some time ago. The only thing I'd ask is, I guess, your verification of my line of thought here. I'm not putting it to a resolution simply because it's not being auctioned at scrap, and it is scrap metal. It's seen its life service and is going to be sent to our contractors for scrap metal.
Trailer has no use at all.
No, the top end is, as you can see, it's full of holes, and the top end's been smashed off the frame or off the bottom, and the back door is gonna have to be strapped and
On a
welded.
trailer, it's gonna go on a trailer.
It's one of the boxes. It would be lifted up by our trucks, taken to scrap.
I've seen the pictures, but
Yeah, the trailer's not salvageable. We're gonna have to weld the door shut on it, and with the holes and everything on it, it probably should have been scrapped sometime before.
So is this the roll-off container you're talking about?
So I think it's 20-yard roll-off.
you're saying trailer, but it's a container. is what-
It's a container. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's an open top container.
Okay. Do we have others we can use or?
Yes, Al assured me that we have others that we can put into service down there.
Do they just run forklifts into them or what?
This predates me to the point that I couldn't tell you how all that damage occurred to it. It seems to be one of the oldest ones that
It's gotten a lot of abuse.
it's got holes through each side, and as you can see, the sidewall's been pushed off the bottom frame, and the back door's completely U-shaped and caved in.
There's nothing we can utilize it for around, and we can't.
Al advised me that lifting it and taking it out there would probably be the last time we want to pull that thing up on the truck. Between the holes in it, the door, and the shape of the container itself, as far as being able to be transported. The container doesn't need to be in service anymore, and it would cost way more to rebuild it than to make one.
So we gotta do, how do you know?
Got others, I guess we're not using it anyway. I mean, is that basically?
It was set down at that shop with the ideal to use it for a scrap trailer. But you've seen the condition of it, loading metal and transporting it time and time again with those sidewalls. I would not feel
I'm
comfortable.
not gonna come back in 2 or 3 months and say we need another new one. No, that's my question.
No,
One's sitting there that we'll use.
well, Al's assured me we've got others that we can put into service down there.
Okay.
So
Now, if for some reason we change something out there and we ask for a trailer, it will not be to replace this one. But with all the changes we've got out there, I can't tell you what we'll do in the future, but I can assure you that we're not going to ask for a new trailer to replace this thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay. There is, while we were cleaning up down there, there is another item that you've already given a resolution to get rid of, and that was it's an old sanitation tank that was sitting on a boat trailer. You gave a resolution some time ago to get rid of that. It was put into service and assembled down at the park. The boat trailer, to my understanding, we never had a title or anything to this thing and can't get rid of it, can't auction it. My recommendation would be to cut the boat trailer that we can't get rid of because it's sat there for, I think, a couple of years on the shop grounds, to cut it and add it to the scrap pile. It is of no use and no service to us, and we can't get rid of it through the auctions without a title, and I can't tell you where it came from originally.
I'm good with that.
I am too.
Okay. I don't have an update, or I've tried to make contact, and I'll try to update you on the Bates County MOA. It was sent over and may have been dealt with by their commission last week. I just haven't had contact with Trent to tell me where that's at. We've been in contact with Call Valley to do 2 bridge inspections that popped up as yearly inspections due to the condition of the bridges. These are not on our normal 2-year rotation based on things that were found on those bridges. They were set to yearly inspections. One is 2.5 miles south, 1 mile east of Lacine. The other is 3 miles west and 0.9 miles south of Prescott. After these new evaluations or inspections are done, I'll look at the engineers' reports and probably try to come up with a plan, because if they've fallen off the 2-year rotation due to condition, we either need to improve the condition or somehow come up with a future plan to replace those as we go down the road. You also saw another container photograph of one of our box containers. JR asked me to send that to you and corrected me. I think this is number 3 sitting on the lot. He's been able to repair these for half the price of a new container. But he did want you to see the condition and the reason why that they're
Having to be repaired
and costing nearly half the price, because as you can see from that photo, and I don't know if you could zoom in on it, the front end has a hole that you could stick a basketball through. The sides rotted out. There is another large hole in the side of it, but you can see it's been rusted through. And he says if you stand in the center of it, it looks like a shotgun's gone through. You can see daylight from everywhere. So he is replacing quite a bit of metal to get these back into service, but they still are usable and costing us half the price of a new container to put them back into service. Correct.
So he's actually bidding this and telling us what it's going to cost before he does it.
No, we've had the agreement to repair those. I'm sending them over. He's telling me and coordinating with me and telling me, yes, we can keep this within the agreed price range, and I won't go over 50% of the value of it without contacting you to see if you want to do this with this trailer.
Are we pressure washing them?
Yes, before we send them over, we're cleaning them and dropping them off. And I'll get a number from Al for next week of how many more we think may need repairs and get some photographs so we can.
And this is number 3?
Correct. I'll find out how many more are in this condition or worse. Because obviously we're going to have to look at the whole program. So I wanted to get the ones like these repaired, but some with some more minor damage, we may want to hold off and wait on repairing those until we make some decisions going forward on what we're doing with that program. These obviously are going to lose material going down the road or leak based on.
JR put a price to that roll-off container that we had on there first? Did you ask him for a price to repair that?
To repair it,
The one-
he's telling me that all of them are going to be the brown one. No, I can see, and I may not have taken enough photographs to allow you to see it, but the top of the walls or bottom of the walls of that container have been beat off the sides in certain areas. So you're talking about salvaging a floor that Al says doesn't work well going up anyway because it's tore up and bent onto the rails. And you're talking about spending the complete top end or more and a door and everything. The trailer itself just doesn't appear to be salvageable by any means. Landfill as well. The HHW or household hazardous waste, Al contacted me and said it needs disposal of before our next inspection. And this is the material that's dropped off, cleaning supplies, paint, any of those household products that are deemed hazardous waste that we collect and put in a receiving area at the noxious weed building and store it until it either gets used or disposed of. The last time we disposed of household hazardous waste, the cost was nearly $21,000. He's telling me there is not as much material as the last time, so he expects that to be less. But he's telling me we can't know until they get their inventory it and tell us what they're taking and what that price will be. So I guess what I'm asking for is a $20,000 or less approval to send household hazardous waste off so that we can get that cleared out before our next inspection.
Which is just paint mostly?
No, like I said, there may be flooring stripper, there may be paint, there may be household cleaning chemicals, but these are considered hazardous materials that have been brought to us that can't be landfilled or put in container
You
boxes.
can't take the paint and actually drop it on plastic and let it dry, and then is it hazardous then?
Not to my understanding, but what we did do is the wall that was built for the tipping floor, they used up surplus paint from there to paint those walls to cover those. And that's something that I know at the park when we did the cabin floors, we used the stripper. We got it from the floor stripper from there. So they try to use and consume as much of those materials as possible so that we don't have to pay to dispose of them.
I've been involved where the paint is. If you put it on plastic and let it dry, you can dispose of it in the dumpsters and not have. Make sure it's hard, but at times we dump it on plastic and let it dry and then
Reach out
dispose
to
of
the
it.
STARS program and see if they can utilize any of it?
I can't answer as to who has picked up materials or who has been contacted and told.
I think
What's
you
out
can
there?
Paint and see if you let it dry. I think it's different.
I would have to talk to Al. I don't know enough about that program and the types of chemicals that can be accepted under different conditions.
Gary, can we allow the STARS program to go in there and see if there's anything they can utilize?
Well, that's what I was trying to see if once it comes to us, if we're allowed to put it out to anybody else. I can't find anything that says we can't, but, I need to do a little bit more research before I feel comfortable telling you absolutely can.
We research it to find as far as drying, let the paint dry.
Well, it'd be probably the same source, I imagine.
We have contacted the state. If you'd like, what I'll do is I'll go back with these questions to Al, get the answer to those, and then come back. This is not something that has to be done overnight, but it does need done before our next inspection. So I'll find that timeline and come back to you next week and let you know about it.
Inspections.
I believe they're yearly, but I'll have to answer that after I speak to Al. But I believe the permitting and the inspections are 12-month cycles.
Do we charge extra for like paint, stuff like that? I mean, the hazardous stuff you're talking about, do we charge them for that?
I do not believe there's a charge for us accepting household hazardous waste. If there is, I'll have to get with Al for that. update next week on chip and seal projects. And as far as our cost share program, I have a new number for it for you. Our current for cost share is $28,036.34. Understanding you approved $30,000 as our limit. There's 35 in that budget line item. That 30 or that other 5,000, as we take these in and these cost shares come back to us, there's a delay going out to the suppliers and coming back to us. So we got more cost share sheets out. When we cut the program off, there'll be a trickle down. So if I cut it off today, we'd probably hit that mark and maybe a little over.
A little over the 30.
It could possibly, we could end up $1,000 short, depending on the size of the cost shares that came in. I would like to stop it at 30 and then not run over that 35 on that line item. I can stop it dead at 30 and deny anything, and each person's been told as they come in and get it, I can stop that, but with your permission, I'd like to stop it at 30 and then not put out any more cost shares and bring those others that trickle in into consideration if they're below the numbers. So it doesn't turn into a foot race to see who gets that last couple of $1,000s in that program. There is money there, but I don't want to dead stop it and leave a person buying chemicals and the cost share paperwork not make it to us before they have an opportunity to participate.
I'm good with that.
I am too.
Me too.
Okay. I believe that's everything I have for you, except I will need 10 minutes for non-elected personnel, and then I will need an unknown amount of time for non-elected personnel with Dennis Hardy, Kevin Amer, Donnie Snyder, and myself to meet with you.
Call that after we do the 10-minute.
Yes.
Good. I do have a question. Have we started using the the excavators yet for the trimming trees?
I cannot answer that yet. I'll have to talk to the shop foreman.
I saw a John Deere out on the road, and he was having to get out of the machine and push all the branches off the road by hand. Is that typical? I mean, is that typically how it's done with that tractor?
By John Deere, do you mean a boom mower?
Yeah.
I'm not for sure that that's typical, but I'd have to talk to the shop foreman. I believe what would be more typical would be a skid steer following behind to clean up the large stuff. But if you're just talking about small brush or limbs, it's possible that after they push through that we are spending time, depending on the operator, kicking the small stuff off the roadway.
We have the excavators, right? I mean, I saw one of them at Lacey.
Yeah, there's one sitting down there. We got it down, or there was one. That,
Yeah, they are delivered, and the only items we're missing are thumbs and I believe one bucket.
Do you need the thumb to do the brushing?
No, that is only for the tooth bucket. So the thumb assembly would not be pertinent to the tree clearing. So I would have to talk to the shop foremans. I don't know how much they've done with those. We are getting ready to pull boom mowers and everything out and put them on the auction along with backhoes. So we're in the week or two that these pieces of equipment are transitioning, and we're going to be putting everything out else on the lot and getting ready to auction it. So I can't tell you unless I talk to shop foremans who's using what and how much it's been used.
Are those like passcode? They have passcodes on them or keys?
Both. It has a key that's pretty generic and a passcode that can be programmed once the key's been turned on by the original operator, and then the console has a display that's touch screen and passcoded.
We also talked about that open floor trailer, whatever it is, about not using it. Should we put that on auction too?
Open floor trailer.
Bottom dump, belly dump.
Belly dump trailer. They're in Lacey.
I have that and a dump truck apparently in the south shop that is set for 2 years that I will try to bring resolutions to you shortly for. Apparently, we've got a south shop truck that we originally replaced a transmission in, and shortly after replacing the transmission, it shelled out another one. So it's sat for the past 2 years, not being put back into service because of the cost of the transmissions that it's going through. So both it and the belly dump, I can get a separate resolution and bring back to you.
How do you guys feel about that? About the belly dump? I know we kind of mentioned it.
And I believe if I remember that conversation, the shop foremans were in agreement that that's something that is not being used a lot.
I say we get rid of it. We already got Purple Wave coming out to get rid of the other stuff. Just
I'm good with it.
tack more on and recoup hopefully more of what we spent.
Well, just one more thing was the tire. So we talked about the paint out there at the landfill. Is there a budget item when we talked about their budget last week for the tires? Like getting rid of the tires or doing what we
I
have?
believe all that would be contractual, or is that the line item it comes out of, David?
I think so.
I think so. There's not a tire line.
All right, I don't have anything else.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Joe, you ready?
Your payments will be approximately $56,662 less. So going down the line, the 10-year option where it says estimated combined payment new 19 and 23, instead of it being $1,326,000, it should be $1,269,761.81. That's a difference of $56,662.
That's 1,326,000 is
1 million, yeah, next to 1,326,000, put a line through that and change it to 1,269,768.81. With $1.3 million coming in, you could handle that option. Going down to the original one we started with, where it says estimated combined 2019-23, where it's $1,200,331, it should be $1,143,668.30. Oh, and the number above it, where it says $719,984, next to that, it should say $663,321.33. That's where we lowered the outstanding debt.
Okay.
Jason, appreciate that. Thanks.
663 what?
663,321.33. And that's throughout. And then the 12-year option, your estimated combined goes from $1,251,318.18 to $1,194,655.47. 1,194,655.47. Again, that's all of them are a difference of $56,662.70. The total interest difference on all of them remains the same. The schedule is the same. The outstanding bonds, you would lower your debt or you would lower your interest costs because we're refunding $998,000 more, actually $980,000 more. So all three you can still handle, and I'm still leaning towards the 12-year with a 5-year option, only because it stays at that $1.2 million and underneath. You can retire early. You may never retire, but it's easy either way. And 10 years is fine as well. It's really, David, if you think it's coming in at $1.3 million.
It looks like we're actually close to $1.4 million that we're going this year.
So what happens with our overage in that account? It stays in that account.
Fund.
So if we're down a year,
Oh, we Okay, this is kind of jumping ahead to the budget I'm going to talk about later today. But Jim mentioned it to me this morning where I had bumped that debt service budget up a bunch. I just put an extra 600,000 in it, knowing that was more than we were going to need with
Noticed
this
that too.
issue. But even with doing that, if our debt service next year was 1.5 million, we would still have about 1.5 in the account after we pay.
So we're still a year ahead.
Yeah.
Regardless of what we do here.
Well, and that's if we were spending 600 on the new debt, which we're not. We're going to spend half of that or less. So yeah, by the end of next year, it's very possible that we could have like 1.8 million just sitting there in that account.
Okay. And this is all based off of the 10% cushion
That's exactly
on the
right.
federal prisoners
You're
that
exactly
they don't
right.
want us to touch, that they've given us,
Right, that we're allowed to use. They're
but,
Gilmore and
but
Bell.
don't touch it.
Yeah. Please don't use it. You
It's
can use it.
ours. It's ours, but we can't touch it.
That's what they're telling. They're saying Gilmore and Bell will do anything we want, but they really came at me hard and fast saying, "Hey, come on!" And I was like, "Am I not being reasonable? Are we not getting? Are they not going to review us either way we go?" And he said, "Yeah, they're going to review you probably either way you go."
And this affects us on our federal prisoners,
That's exactly right.
not our Wyandotte County that we're holding.
No, just federal.
Now, explain the difference on the 2 10-year deals again, the increased amount.
The only thing we did was we increased the bond size by 980,000. And so our payment went from what we were estimating, $1,223,331, to $1,260,000, our total to $1,269,768.81.
Because we had to have more refinanced off the original
That's exactly right.
to cover that cushion on the 10%, Jim.
The 980,000 more they want us to use.
Can you send me an updated one?
Sure. Yeah.
Why are you recommending the 12-year then? I guess that's,
Makes payment easier. Makes just because it's, where Gilmore and Bell is very conservative on the IRS. I'm very conservative on projecting income. Looks like you're going to be very comfortable. I would hate for a down year to where you guys were reaching into the extra, and you've got a lot of extra. You're going to have, 600,000, 599,360 coming in at the very top of that page. That's net income before debt service. So
that's $60,000 a year more interest, so.
you're right. You're exactly right. I'm into the payment thing. I feel like I'm selling cars. Lower payment. But either way, you're going to be fine. You have the income. You have the income from the sales tax as well as the income from the additional prisoners. If in fact everything changes back, this was something that Gilmore and Bell wanted me to point out, is saying this would be really great. If in 4 years everything went back to where anybody could take federal prisoners and we stopped having that kind of income, we could refinance back if there was an interest savings and do them again as tax exempt.
Okay.
I don't want to do that. I'll make more money. Gilmore and Bell will make more money, but it'll.
So our cash that we put in originally gives us a certain number of prisoners.
That's exactly right.
As we retire this debt, do we also gain equity from that standpoint in that we can house more prisoners?
No, the number of prisoners we can handle right now are 40. And so that's going to stay the same after this is done. We can still go up to 40 plus the 10%. So
But as we're paying off
that does make a difference. We're
Okay.
still at the percentages.
So we're at 50 prisoners. And
That's exactly
most we'll ever be able to take in is
That's right.
federal prisoners. Once we've paid for it or anything, it's still at 50.
Yep. Oh, once it's retired once the debt's,
the entire debt has to be retired. It's not something
it'll
where,
be a percent, and we're still at 50 prisoners. Yeah.
Okay. That was my question. I still like the 10-year.
Because
And the reason I like the 10-year is because we're covering it currently on the tax that we're collecting. We have the cushion in the account that's got us a year ahead essentially. So, we're not going to use that all in one year. It's not like our tax is going to go to zero. So if we do have shortfalls over the 10 years, we can dip into that for a little while if we need to. We also have the income coming from the jail that's not included in any of this from housing these prisoners that we could dip into as well. That's why I'm still good with the 10-year, and it's a cost savings of, $300,000 in interest versus the 12-year.
So you're talking about the option A.
That's where I'm still at.
And clarify this again. What's the option B then?
Option B is if we have, instead of using the 10%, we use 5.5% margin. So instead of
That's what we-
keeping the 10% that Gilmore Bell is recommending, we're keeping 5.5% we're keeping half of what they're recommending we keep.
That's what we originally looked at, Jim. So that's this column.
So why don't we use it?
Because they're saying we're going to get audited
We're gonna
anyway.
get audited anyway, so why not go cheapest interest rate?
Gary, do you have any insight into this?
I like that. No,
Understand?
I'm concerned, I guess, from what he's saying that we're opening ourselves up. They're
we're
telling
done-
us the 10% is ours, but we can't touch it. You know what I mean? And if we do that, then we're touching it. And
What's the worst case scenario if they do launch?
That's what I don't know. What is it? I mean, what do you think, Gary?
So the very worst case scenario is they can turn the whole bond issue into a taxable bond issue. Again, that could happen whether we use the 10% or the 5%. So
but based off of what? They can't if
we're doing everything right. It's
Okay.
the federal government, and I think the biggest risk is the waste of time and money having attorneys defend this. I will defend the numbers day in and day out. I know the numbers. I'll be the one at the table. And that won't cost you anything. But Gilmore and Bell will cost you, Gary will cost you. And that's the expense. That is the risk, is that you will have to defend this. And it is no fun. I finished it less than a year ago. As I said, 3 schools. And we were absolutely on the side of the Angels. It wasn't even close, but they still dragged it out for 2.5 years. It was ridiculous. And it just completely went away. No apologies, no, oh, well, thanks for all your time.
But that can happen to us either way.
You're exactly right. And if,
But
you know,
so
it can happen. Miami County and Bourbon County have both had inquiries, and they didn't do federal prisoners. They just did them as tax exempt bonds.
but they were checking to make sure they weren't doing federal prisoners.
Yeah,
That's
probably.
what the inquiry
Yeah,
was.
probably. I don't know anything about it other than that they were the ones
But
invested.
what Gilmore and Bell is saying is that our inquiry can become an audit, or is more likely to become an audit
That's right.
if we're dipping into the 10%.
That's probably right. Yeah.
And I think that's the line, Jim, on that. We're either in that gray area.
And what you might think about doing is that in year 5, take whatever the extra is, or a lot of the extra, and retire the taxable debt. Pay it down as fast as possible in year 5. Whatever, let's say there's $1 million or $2 million there, pay down we know we're high by $1 million. Retire $1 million.
Right.
So the federal regulations clearly say we can use
10%. That's right.
Let's say we decide we want to use half of that. Is there any way we could accidentally end up going over 10%?
Sure. That's what they're worried about.
Yeah.
They're worried about us going over the 10. They're worried about us going over 5.5.
So how do we keep from doing that? That's the question.
40 prisoners, which is what your contract says.
So as long as we're managing it,
That's right.
we shouldn't really have risk other than we will get audited
That's right. That's what they're telling us.
and we just, as long as we're within their boundaries.
And I think what Gilmore Bell wants to say is we have maintained a 10% cushion versus we maintained a 5% cushion. And
Make sure.
hopefully they go away when you say we've maintained the 10.
Right.
So I'm still trying to get my head around all this. So if we've got to use the 10% and we have a cap of 40 prisoners, does that mean we're really using 49 prisoners?
We could go up to 50 prisoners. You're exactly right. And so we're capping it at 40. You're exactly
So
right.
as long as we cap it at 40, there's no way to accidentally get
Right.
it.
That's right. You should be on the side of the angel. That's Gilmore Bell's recommending we use 10%.
But that costs us $300,000 to do that.
There you go. And so, well, I can tell you that an audit would not cost you $300,000.
No,
I can guarantee you that.
It wouldn't?
No,
You can guarantee us?
I think so. I don't think Gilmore Bell is going to charge $300,000 for an audit. They may charge you $15,000 for an audit.
And Sheriff Friend, are we going to bump the 40 or are we?
Yeah, I could easily see us going to 40. There's also some other safeguards here that he's not really talking about. And one of those safeguards is that we haven't been at that maximum rate to this point, and we get to carry that maximum rate with us as a buffer. So if we're not at the max rate, we always have a buffer since we concluded our contract with them in December of 22, correct? So
you
we have that
extra
buffer.
7 months there that you haven't used now, so.
That's right. And we also have another buffer, and that buffer is, and this is according to IRS, that buffer is that if the U.S. Marshals, if we were at our 40 inmates and the U.S. Marshals brought us inmates outside of the contract for us to hold as an emergency hold, we could do that outside of that 10% rate.
For how long? I mean, what?
I don't think there is a time frame.
As long as it's a day-to-day.
That's right. That would be a day-to-day holding at our regular rate that we are contracted with, but that's outside of our,
So it just has to be a
Contract.
paperwork trail that shows that it's an emergency and the federal government says it's an emergency.
that's correct.
So as long as we cross our Ts and dot our Is, and
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be problematic because we know what our daily hold rate is. We stay with the daily hold rate, but then we also have the buffer from December 22, well, quite frankly, up until today. Because we could be holding another 27 of their inmates today based on this 10% rate. So, we have hundreds of days of buffer for holding at $88 per day. And then we have an emergency contingency, where if they dumped another 10 on us and said, look, we don't have a contract to have these with you, but we need a day-to-day rate with these, that's what our rate would still be the same as the contract.
So you have what, 4 additional people in your budget this year?
Correct. And that's already, Mr. McCliney's already negated that number. So you're giving them the net. So that number's already out. So you have another potential income of $599, and that's with those 4 persons already in the system. We've already, and quite frankly, Mr. McCliney put that in at a very high rate. So we were very safe on that. So I would suggest that 600,
Is that what you figured, 75 per person?
I did, but I want benefits.
so he put in a $300,000 rate when the cost is probably going to be much less than that, honestly. I mean, but we wanted the numbers bolstered, so we didn't want to come and lie to the commission and say, hey, we're going to make 600,000 on this.
Conservative numbers.
Very conservative. Does that make sense?
And an audit's not, what's an audit gonna cost us?
I think I'd be surprised if it cost you $20,000.
Now, is this a type of deal that will be audited yearly then, or?
No, I don't think so. I think once they do it,
Yeah,
they'll issue a rule.
$20,000.
federal government, they want it easy. And, you know, they want to come in and go, oh, this is going to be easy. The numbers are pretty straightforward. So that's kind of why they look at these things. There's not a lot of moving parts. And so they'll come in but they shouldn't, once they've looked at it, moved on. They take their time, they're ridiculously slow. But
I think that it would probably be feasible to have an expectation that there could be an audit through every contract. Our contract is a 4-year contract. We have the longest contract the Marshals provides. So we are contracted with them until December of 26. Now, that contract can change yearly. Every 12 months we review, but the basis of the contract stays in place until December of 26. As long as we've met all of our obligations with the contract, and they have too. I mean, either of us can cancel, I can't remember, is there a 90-day out? I think it was a 90-day out in that contract that we could cancel if we don't maintain a level of service.
Okay.
So once this 10 years, if we go with the 10-year, the payment will be, it drops back to the 663
yes, sir.
at the end of 10 years
That is exactly.
on all of them, no matter, on the 10-year, either level we use.
Yep.
Okay. Or the 12, if we go with the 12, it goes back to the 663.
And what he doesn't have figured in is our cost savings and interest by refinancing this and getting a shorter payout over the long term.
Tell me that again.
Okay, so we're on a 30-year amortization right now, so we're paying more in interest. By shrinking this down to the 10-year, we're paying a portion of this off quicker, which is saving us interest over the long term.
The long term.
Yeah.
As well, and that's not figured into this, so like.
You're paying higher interest each year, but less overall.
Correct, correct.
$549,000 less.
If you're looking at the
12 or
the
Over the
original,
30-year period, you're paying $549,000 less.
On top of the,
Right. On what remains outstanding.
looking at those three options, the original 10-year is the lowest price per year, which at this point looks like we could be bringing in easily $200,000 a year more in sales tax than we need even to make that payment. With what we have built up already, plus another 5 years, that's another $1 million of excess. That would probably be around the amount to pay the whole thing off in 5 years instead of 10. Does that sound feasible?
Yeah.
Going off the original to be.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like to me
We'd
that-
be looking at probably $2.5 million sitting there at that point, more than we needed for payments. We could pay it off, and then we'd be getting close to the time where we could start retiring some of that original bond early by that time. And our required payment would be down at the 663. We'd be bringing in more than twice that much a year at the pace we're on right now
to
to start paying it off early.
really start.
We could double up whatever we had there, right, Joey?
Yes,
Once the 2029 rolls around, we can do whatever we choose to do.
You're exactly
And whichever direction we decide
$1,000
to
for an
go
audit.
on this,
That's just a wild guess, but I can't imagine. I mean, they're not going to spend a lot of time. They've got all the paperwork. They've done all the work on it. Joey's gonna do the heavy lifting. They're just gonna.
For
show
free,
up.
for free.
He works for free, he says.
Quit telling me.
So they'll represent us, but they'll just show up and I'll be there like a fly on the wall.
Are you free?
I think we've already
Practically.
determined that. I think we've already determined that.
And the call is 29 on the old bond issue.
Yes.
So that is 6 years versus our 5. So at that point, your payments are going to be lower. You're going to start retiring. You could literally every year double up on what you were paying.
And I think that's something, no matter which option you decide to go with and where we go with this, we really should put that down in writing somewhere what the plan is, because odds are none of us are going to be sitting
Right.
there at 29 when that comes up. Or some of you may be,
Right.
I'm not going to be here. I'm not going to be here that long.
But can
very-
it be
very
changed?
possible.
I mean,
It
if
could
we
still
just-
be, I think it could still be changed by a future commission.
Right, you
Bind them.
can't bind the future commission to that, but you can lay out what the plan is, so it's clear what you.
So at least there is
What our
a
intent-
guideline there to
Where we
go by.
intend to keep the payment the same or whatever we intend to do with the,
You can lay out the roadmap for them, so that then if they want to change it, they can, but there'll be political consequences for them if they do.
Danny will be here, he tells everybody how young he is.
Joey'll still be working for us for free.
Yes. That's why I have a son. Send him.
Okay. So we're going with option B, the original.
That's the way I look at it is if we have to go through 2 or 3 audits at 15,000, it's still a lot cheaper than,
The added cost. The $300,000 difference.
$300,000, we can stand a few.
Audits. Okay. I agree with that, Jim.
The original B.
Okay. No, I'll do it. I'll keep moving it forward.
Thank you, Joey.
Thanks for coming.
Glad I didn't have to make that decision. I'm going to work.
Just don't send us any extra bills now.
Yeah, it won't be.
Thank you, Joey.
See you soon.
Looks like we got Jamie on the, I know we're running a little late. Are you Jamie? You want to come on up and tell us your name and what you got going on?
Okay. I'm Jamie Allen. I'm just a community member. I'm not anything special or specific. I just wanted to, and after speaking and listening to you guys a little more, I didn't want to cancel on my request to speak in front of you guys. But I would like some more time before I actually propose what I'm asking of you guys, because I think I need to be more specific as to what it is that I would like to bring to you guys.
Okay.
Because I very much have a very strong heart towards the situation that I'm wanting to bring to this county for the community in some sort of elderly adult care facilities. But I'm not so much asking for the county or the locals' involvement other than just for support, possibly not so much financially. I think we may be able to get all that taken care of. I just mainly was wanting to approach you guys to see what your resources or thoughts were on a positive or a negative in kind of location ideas. So if you don't mind, I would like to kind of step back at this point. I want to do a little more research, get a little more support from the communities and see what it is that I'm actually wanting to request from you guys or just propose to you.
Okay.
If that's all right.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for your time, guys.
You bet. Thank you, Jamie.
Randy, is he got something or what do you got? Are we talking the building project?
You'd asked me to bring Randy back in. We scheduled him for 11 to speak to you about the old district court and the final plan for that building so that he could bring you what you needed to approve and have you tell him that not only is this the the final version of the building and that you want him to bid it that way, but how you want those bids brought into him.
Did you see the new plan that we'd come up with?
Yes, I got it Thursday, I believe it was.
Okay. Did they have widening that door on the old clerk's office? Do you know, Sean? My computer, I can't get logged into it.
I'll have to pull it up.
Do they have what?
Widening in the door on the old clerk's office or the district
In
clerk?
the district clerk's office, the old.
A 30
office,
yeah.
36.
36-inch door.
Accessible.
They don't necessarily need a door, I think she said. I could be wrong. They just need it opened up. Because right now I think it's only a 32-inch door.
That's the one on the south side when you go in?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's the one all the way with the island, obviously.
So like here?
Yeah.
They're talking about not
Okay.
necessarily
It is
putting
on
a
there, never
door in it.
Yeah,
afterwards, but
okay.
opening it up so it-
Yeah.
And
Okay, on this plan that she had worked up, it does have an arrow pointing to that area that says demo door white. So it is in there.
so
I know she made the comment that she didn't necessarily have to have a door there.
I mean,
I would think you'd still want to be able to have a door where you can lock that particular office up if you needed to. I mean, to me, it would make more sense.
I think so too.
as far as electrical, David, in that new part, what are you thinking on that?
So I have around 30 election machines, close to that could be plugged in at any one time. However, none of them are drawing a lot of power. But I would need places to have those plugged in where we can recharge their batteries or keep them charged and do our programming and work on them. So I'm going to need a lot of either outlets or strips. And I know Chris and I had talked about that at one point, that there's type of a strip outlet you can put on the wall where you can just plug in anywhere along that.
So on that new common wall, if we just put some, 3 outlets maybe on your side and maybe 2 on the other?
That would probably do.
Does that make sense? I mean, I'm not an electrician. I don't know how many amps that stuff draws. I don't know. I mean,
And we can look at those machines and see how many amps they pull when they're,
because
if we're going to need additional circuits for that or not, I don't know. I don't think they are a big power drain, but
Well, and Randy and I talked, and I have to get with Chris to determine the final on the IT stuff so we can get bids on it. So we can talk to him. If you tell him what you've got, we can kind of work out the electrical and that, and get final items on there and get a total to him so that he can bid. And we originally discussed the contractors and the process. I'm understanding from you, once we get, Randy, all the information, you want a total bid
That is correct.
for the projects. A list
What we're going to
of,
spend on this deal, where we can have a spreadsheet saying we're spending X on this, Y on that.
and if you get me those numbers, I'll build the spreadsheet or an Excel doc. If I have all the projects listed and the contractors, I can build the spreadsheet on it and turn that in.
Like the flooring over there, about the same thing as this. Are you going to try to replace that with that luxury vinyl, or just clean that what they have over there?
I think we found some tiles for the carpet, didn't we?
There are carpet squares that will replace where the
Like
railing,
traffic areas or
well, no, the railing where the
Swinging door was.
well and the
Yeah.
gallery was separated. But after that, no, I mean, there would be enough to do that, but there's not enough to do the rest of the flooring in there, or replace squares or do traffic ways or.
Which I don't think is horrible. I mean,
what do you think, Randy, on the floor?
Personally, I think it clean for now. Look, I mean, it's nothing really more bad that I've noticed.
Okay.
And having said that, the side that you're looking at, David, with the squares that we don't have,
you wait on that. I think
will probably
carpet here.
talk about just taking it to concrete.
Yeah, I'm looking at equipment storage and a little workspace in there with them. It's
Yeah, just peel out.
not an area we're gonna be in.
Yeah,
every day
and
all
that,
the time.
yeah, and because we definitely wouldn't have, it would be much easier on your equipment to be concrete, and we don't have enough to replace that without going back out.
I'm really,
You have to restructure the-
typically we have 2 elections a
Drop
year.
zone,
So at
transit-
election time, we'd be moving a lot of stuff in and out of there.
Okay.
Other than that, we're gonna be in there at least once a quarter to make sure everything's charged up and do some programming a couple of times a year. So, you know, it's minimal time actually working in there.
I think the only other main concern that Randy and I talked about is on those 2 rooms built in the courtroom, what your intent on the ceiling height of those rooms are.
with the
In the old courtroom.
It's a really high ceiling in there right now.
A very high ceiling in there.
12 foot, I believe.
For your your storage room is what you're
Well,
talking about?
the old courtroom.
Yeah.
I mean, it just, the way it was built, it is a high ceiling, but it's just a drop ceiling in that, I think, anyway. And it's-
Correct.
So we could drop it lower or,
I mean, I don't need anything tall for what I'm doing in there.
you're not gonna have a step ladder.
I'm not my intent anyway.
That's the question. Do you drop it and bring the air and the lights down to it? Or do you build and pay the wall space to build up a room that, once you build it, if you're talking in a conference environment, is going to have a ceiling, may have some echo to it, or, you know, do we insulate those walls to keep that down from the storage areas? What your intentions are there?
What's the most economical way, Randy?
I would drop it myself in them rooms, but
Just drop the ceiling we have there.
And then we looked a little when we were in there about where the jury box was, where it goes up a couple of concrete steps
Right.
there. And we're looking at the wall of my storage area going partway onto that. But we thought we could use some of that and have shelves built on that area to store some of the smaller.
So that we're not walking over it,
supplies.
not a tripping hazard.
So there's no need for what I'm doing in there to worry about demoing those concrete steps out of there.
That's between the appraiser's
And on the
office.
other side of that is the appraiser's storage, and I think they were in agreement that they could do
Something
cabinets
similar.
or something on those without having to demo that concrete down to the
Okay,
level.
I like that.
So basically, the bolts that are coming up or the all thread coming up through the floor needs ground off, because you've got, where
Right,
those chairs were mounted, you've got all thread sticking up out of the floor in different spots. And then if we strip out the room to concrete that you're talking about.
As it goes off.
and I think, Danny, you were over there when we went that day and looked at, but wasn't Kathy okay with that too, for the storage area? I'm not worrying about trying to demo that concrete out of there.
Do you, Randy, you think it'd be cost efficient to put a drop ceiling in there and lower all the fixtures and all that? And what are we gonna do on the backside of that wall? Because that backside storage, we're just gonna leave that 12-foot ceiling, right?
Right.
So either way, we're gonna have to build that wall all the way up to the existing ceiling and then put in, I mean, put what, $6,000 in the drop ceiling and fixtures, you think?
really, isn't the only space you need to drop a ceiling in the conference room?
Basically, I mean, it's just whatever you want.
I mean, if it's acoustics you're worried about, because the other 3 spaces
Or storage.
storage.
Yeah.
And rather than dropping your ceiling, you got your wall there, just lay a, 2x4 ceiling joists in there and put your little sheetrock up, and then you have a set 8-foot or 9-foot ceiling, whatever you want.
Track and stuff.
Yeah, redoing all your vents and all that.
Just lowering the ceiling in the conference room.
Yeah.
How big is that? I can't see the,
26 by 15.
I think that conference room, what, to get by the doors is gonna be like 16 by 19.
Yeah, I'll be right around that looking at it.
So,
And the other part that I don't see on this diagram, but I know we talked about, and I think Pam brought it up in an email after Kathy sent the diagram out, was
Square in the corner.
squaring up those corners on the east end of that old courtroom if possible, and just squaring off that room instead of having those little angled walls there. And I don't know how much that would take.
I think Danny spoke to her about that.
Well, I mentioned to both, I don't think it's cost effective to do that at all, because
Okay.
it's less than 5 square feet, it's kind of what, when Sean and I looked at it, and there's 2 transitions between a floating floor and carpet, and then you'd have the same, there's wires running through some of those panels, and you'd have to redo
Okay.
the ceiling on
At
them.
that point, you go past what you have for carpet, and now you're talking about
These
refloor.
right here is what you're talking about
Right.
here.
Yes.
It was one of the things we talked about.
Right, and, and so my thought is trying to get this thing done as soon as possible with, I think we're gonna have a little bit of trouble. We might not. I hope you have some good contacts. I don't on my end. Trying to get contractors in there to get this thing done pretty fast. Do you think that's gonna be an issue?
It depends. Sometimes, you know, it go in and out, you know.
Right. So, I mean, my thought is if there's a few things in there that we can wait and budget for next year or the following year, try to do that, just try to get them in there as soon as possible is kind of my thought, which, you know, squaring the doors up would be something we could figure in later. Like widen that wall over there on the north side, or it says demo it out, optional. I know she talked about having 2-3 people in there, but again, you go from a floating floor to a carpet, and then you'd have to redo the entire ceiling. I think that's something we wait on too. That's just my opinion, though.
I think Randy talked to me as well, as there may be options instead of a wainscoting on bead boarding and other things that when he bids it out, he can bring back to you.
Okay.
So, but if that's the plan, he can bring you back or bring us a list, and I'll put it on a spreadsheet for you, and we'll try to get it totaled out and meet again and make sure we can just go out to bid on these things and get it done.
Sounds good.
How quickly do you think we could have a cost estimate for this project?
Oh, if we get the IT guy to get that, everything rolled up there, and we can get the last 2 or 3 guys that we need for bids from, so I'd say probably a week, maybe 2.
Because I'm really pushing, I mean, 2 would be about the outside to get things budgeted correctly for,
next year.
yeah, and you're talking maybe we could get this work actually done this year.
I mean, that's my.
I mean, if this is gonna be one of the first
Do you
priorities.
think that's possible, Randy, to get this work done this year?
It just depends on how busy everybody is, but it's possible, I think.
See, that's still what I'm trying to sort out is how much money we're gonna spend this year and how much we're gonna spend next year, because I
Right.
need both those figures for budgeting. Now, I can put in some estimates for this year. If I could get something in a couple of weeks to give me a little
Okay,
guideline,
so-
that would help a lot.
So if we have it available this year, can we push it into next year like we've done on other things, or is that not an option if we're not getting it done?
Well, it'd be a-
Storm stuff you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if we could,
You know exactly what you're,
we know the.
If we
exact
have the
cost.
bids,
Yeah, I think we could purchase order. If it was actual equipment we were buying or something of that type, we could transfer money into equipment reserve to save it that way. But where you get into like a contractor's bill or something, I think we'd be better to purchase order that.
or put some money, take that money, put it in your capital.
Yeah, see, and that's one at the moment, the way I've got things set up in the budget, not that that can't change. I was showing that capital improvement fund was 0 for next year because we set that up to do this building and we're done. I don't think there's any reason we couldn't move money into that for projects.
okay,
This would definitely be a capital improvement project. This, among other things we've talked about. And that may be an option for us to use, just try to, and actually I could budget then out of like special building this year or contingency windfall, wherever we were gonna take funds from anyway. I could show the expense this year, and whether we used it to transfer or to actually spend wouldn't matter in those budgets. I would just need to show some budget authority and transfers in to capital improvement to give us budget authority in that fund next year.
Okay.
So I could work with that. I think that might get things moving a little more. So that's the judicial building. I mean, a general idea on it. Chris had already talked about the cost to remove the tower over there. And that's something I think we'd really like to have down just because it causes so many issues when there's thunderstorms coming through and the tower getting hit by lightning. So I've got a number on that. We're still, I mean, you've already, Sean talked about the Pleasant Senior Center and sent them an estimate on wrapping that up. So I've got those numbers, which really, for me, what it looks like, that's leaving like the old attorney office. If we were going to demo that, what we'd need
Okay.
to spend there.
So,
And a decision on what we're going to do with the old sheriff's office.
so on the attorney's building, since we're having someone take the double wide trailer at the park, or we're trying to, is that an option there on that trailer, or is it just need to go away?
I can't answer that. I'd have to lean on someone that had more experience moving buildings with the facade around it and the demo.
And I don't.
Some type of brick is worth the manual labor to recover it, and other brick isn't worth it. I'd have to have somebody with a lot more construction demolition experience than me.
Okay.
So right now in the old court building, we have building a wall, or I guess two, a side or a separating wall and a back wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then we have widening the door, and then
Dropping the ceiling.
dropping the ceiling, which I'm not a huge fan of, but I mean, if it's an issue, I would rather wait until we get it done and see if it is an issue and then address it after that. But that's going to be harder, obviously. But
You have the walls, you have whatever painting or other items that are going to, like repairing or replacing those tiles on the floors, repairing the bench flooring in that hallway. We've got the material for it, but there's going to be some other things in the building that are going to bring some smaller cost in as well.
on that wainscot they were talking about on the inside, was that fur and all the electrical outlets out, or that's up just a quarter inch?
It's like quarter inch.
Quarter inch, so not really have to worry about.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I thought it'd be probably easier over there to get into the light, right? To the chair right back below the switch.
And I think we kind of eliminated I've got 10 or whatever, 15,000, whatever it was to do the entire building, right?
Yes,
So I think we talked about doing where the court doors are, where the water fountain is, and then maybe in that one office, right? That's right, Sean?
I can get that. We talked about basically there's a horseshoe up front where you walk in. There's a bailiff's chair on one side, on the other side it starts a hallway, but there's doors that stop that. So it makes a horseshoe up front and then that one office and doing those areas. And I can show Randy what we're talking about, but you wanted to pull that back to do that, just that front area at this time.
I think so. But, and I, it's my opinion that whenever they pulled that stuff up to do the mitigation on the mold or water, whatever it was, I don't think that the material they used or whatever, because I went in there with something and I pushed that stuff all the way down and pushed a lot of bubbles out of it. So push come to shove, that stuff will stick down. He's going to get it to, but they're at the very bottom there. They put in some sheetrock. So we'd have to, if it wouldn't look perfect, we'd have to kind of, feather that in. But I mean, some of the places I don't believe it needs it. We can kind of push the bubbles and stuff out. And if we get it in the right adhesive, that's my opinion. You might look at it, but.
right, it's only like 16 inches or so off the floor.
Yeah. So it's not terrible. My concern is just getting contractors to be able to get it done soon enough. That's where I'm at. I mean,
Get the bids.
Okay, I'll work with Randy and show him those areas that you wanted to bring that wallboard down on, and we'll get started.
Are we gonna put that tower out for bids to see if people tear it down or what?
I know, Chris, I and Dennis met the individual from the company that gave that bid. We may need to talk to Chris to see, I don't know if that's the most current information, but Chris had tried to work with them to bring that bid down. If we did some of the work as far as the haul off and the cutting of that material and kept those guys up on that tower, because basically your cost is crane cost at $1,000 an hour. So if we kept the climbers up there and we tore up the material when it got to the ground and got it on trucks or trailers to haul it off, we'd keep those guys unbolting that thing and working and cut the cost down. So we may want to talk to him and see if he's got any final information on that, because I know he was trying to get you a good cost and a final answer on that.
I had reached out to him about using local too. I reached out to a guy, I haven't heard back from him, but, they were kind of interested in it too, so a local guy from
I
Lake
had a local guy approach me about it too, but I don't know what we can do. Maybe we should go out and have people bid on it.
What do you think, Gary?
Well, if you've got, I mean, if there are several contractors that are qualified and want to do it, then you really can't call it a single source deal. I mean,
We have to send it out.
we need to, what kind of a price range are we
I was
talking?
gonna say it was 30,000.
He said 30, I think. or-
Well, if it's under 50, we really don't have to send it out.
Well, I thought it was, why was I thinking 60? Was it 30?
You were thinking of not only the tower, but moving the generator, and you had added the two costs together and came up with a 60 for a total on that move, but it was 30. And then I think the savings was either 5 to 10 on depending how much we did. And that's what Chris was working out with contractors.
Well, if, like I say, we can sole source it without any reservations if it's under $50,000.
And I'm not for sure who approached you, but this is a crane, rather large crane and qualified climbers. And it would not just be a scrapper demo job, but they'd have to be insured and qualified to do this, I'm sure. So it's going to limit the possibilities on this.
We do have, yeah, we have somebody right outside Lacey that's qualified to do it. It's what he does for a living. So, and that's who reached out to me. I'd just like to check with him, so I talked to him about it and get a price from him. I'll call him again. I talked to him last week about talking about demo of the jail too, so.
It's something you want to think about, and I may have missed it if you talked about it, but on that tower and the crane being in there and or demo of the jail, for sure, if you're going to demo the old jail, we've got a gas line that needs to be moved, or we got considerable expense to that. But even with a large crane coming in there, are we going to need to move that gas line anyway so it doesn't?
It's the plan that I saw when we met with him over there was to put it on the gravel pad on what would be the southwest corner, so it would not interfere with what I know that gas line to be.
Gas line is right by the building.
Yes. So from the crane itself would not impair that. As far as anything else,
You just talk to gas service or the gas company, they tell you how far to stay away from the gas.
but if you don't have anything else for Randy, I'll go get him that updated drawing as far as that wallboard. And then again, I've got executive time that I need to meet with you.
Thanks, Randy.
So I think for budgeting purposes, I'm probably going to want to show us pretty much spending what I have in special building this year, because I could show a large part of it as a transfer to capital improvement. And then I can show that income coming to capital improvement and budget there next year. But for my purpose in the budget, either whether it's transferred or it's just spent on projects to get done this year, it's the same end result for that fund. It shows that we're using that money.
Okay.
So if I show the biggest part of it as a transfer, that would allow me to schedule or to budget some for the capital improvement fund for next year with what's being transferred in. If it turns out we don't budget that much, there's not as much cash there. We just can't spend it, but we've already got the budget authority.
Okay.
So I probably will take that approach for my state budget form. And there's close to 150,000 in special building at the moment that's available. So I'm probably going to want to do that with some of the money out of contingency or somewhere else also, but without a total on what we're going to spend all these projects, it's kind of hard to know how much to account for there.
Correct. Well, hopefully we'll have those numbers in that time frame.
I was looking at my calendar earlier. I mean, we're kind of getting into the budget type discussion here, but I scheduled our budget hearing for September 5th, which would be a Tuesday, but that's Labor Day week. So that's when the meeting would be anyway. That means I have to publish the budget notice at least by the paper that comes out on the 23rd of August. And I know Danny's got a meeting or two he's gonna miss between now and then. Are you two here the rest of the time, or
I don't know of anything.
unless
I don't
something
have
emergency comes up or something?
I'm gone
So,
next week.
so kind of what I'm looking at the moment is, I've still got some budgets to do. I might try to bring some of those in next week, but it still sounds like I'm probably going to be another week or so after that before I can wrap up all of this with the buildings to have some kind of idea what we're going to spend. But if we plan on spending a lot of time on the 7th and the 14th, wrapping up all the budget discussion, then I could get it published either the 16th or the 23rd in plenty of time for that hearing on the 5th. So unless you guys want to do something different, I'm going to plan on the majority of what I'm bringing into you for budgets probably on the 7th and 14th of August.
Okay.
So I'll be gone next week or next Monday, and then
What's it, the 21st?
21st. Yeah.
Yeah. See, that 21st is going to be the last meeting before I have to get this published.
And I could talk on the phone on either one of them too. So
And I do have some budgets for you today and some other discussion I wanted to have, but also know we need a legal session, so we need to get that done with Gary, and then Sean needs some personnel time.
Okay.
We probably need 20 minutes legal. I've got 2 or 3 things to fill you in on besides the thing David had, so
Sean needed 10 up front, and then we'll come back out and decide what we need.
that
Right?
sounds fine.
And then you needed 20.
20. His was for personnel.
Right. And I don't know if, I'm not sure what that personnel part is on his, but do you want to do one to start with that's a 20 legal and 10 personnel and try to take care of those 2 things and then come back and see what else we need?
Sounds good.
And I was going to ask while Gary's here, and I know that Sheriff and his people had mentioned it here when the jail was being built. Is there any way we could block off on a Monday to utilize that middle court, the small courtroom for our commission here, so we're not interrupting these people over here next to us? Our public works people?
I'm not sure. You got any thoughts about that, Kevin? But I think they run a pretty heavy docket most Mondays, don't they? I don't know. I had that impression, maybe not. Maybe that's, yeah. would I mean, the downside of that, Danny, would be not having access to things like copy machines and stuff like that that we kind of depend on. We'd, you know, Sean's office is right there with any material that he needs, but I don't know. We'll have to check with the judges and see if that's possible. Are you thinking in terms of,
Just every Monday, have it over there. They walk, people walk through security. I know here earlier in the year, we had an incident where a guy was upset and we had to have Kevin and some of his people come over here and set just because of the safety of us. But then we talked about having a camera behind us too, one time.
yeah? You'd have to think about the logistics of the space. I mean, we don't really have they got the attorney's tables. You could,
Those are all, do a lot of those move, Kevin? They're all movable, aren't they?
No, sir.
Oh, they're not?
There's wired in because they present documentation and stuff from the table, so those they are movable, but they're wired into place, so they have, they're able to put stuff on the televisions.
Gotcha.
Like the podium, it would be in place, so people could make presentations from the podium to one of the televisions, one of the monitors.
I mean, I didn't ask any of the people in here if it was a hassle to have, I mean, I was just trying to think ahead, so. Just a thought.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we go into executive session with Sean for 10 minutes for personnel and then Gary for 20 for legal.
I'll second.
Motion been moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Make a motion that we go back into executive session for personnel with county and public work employees for 30 minutes.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'll make a motion that we extend executive session for another 20 minutes.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
No. Thank you, Denny.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Discuss building projects. So it looks like we're on,
No action.
yeah, no action. Uh, Budgets?
Yeah, so I sent you, I believe, 6 budgets, but one of those was that capital improvement, which I'm now gonna redo after Joey was here today.
The
So,
debt service.
the debt service, or, the debt service I'd already bumped up more than enough to cover it.
Okay.
Which I could change that if I need to, but it doesn't matter, there's money there. But the capital improvement I had at 0, so if we're gonna continue to use that fund, I need to redo that one and show that we're gonna transfer some money in there, so we'll have it available for budget next year, so I'll redo that one and bring it back. But, before I even get into those individual budgets, I also sent you a proposal for a cost of living policy. So I wanted to talk about that a little bit and get your opinion, so there's some printed copies if you guys want them. It's easier than bringing it up. So just a little background on how I got to this. Typically, every year, we get into this point where we're about to finish up budgets, and I'm still asking commission to give me a number for cost of living on what we want to do next year. I thought it would make the budgeting process easier if we had some type of policy to go by. So I started looking at trying to figure out what to base that on, and the best thing I came up with so far anyway was looking at the Midwest CPI index. So I chose the month of April for an index because it's a 12-month index, but the one that ended at the end of April, just because April data comes out in May and it would be in time to do budgets.
Okay.
So no other reason for picking April other than just the timing. So I went back and looked at the past 4 years and the current year on the CPI. And then I compared that to what we've done with cost of living each year. And we weren't far off. Actually, the previous 4 years were 1.7% over what CPI has been through that time, if you count that $1 an hour we did this year as part of the COLA for this year. Because we did the 5% the first of the year, and then we did the $1, which was calculated at about 4.92 on an average. So then my proposal was if we would look at that average every year, update it with the current year's CPI. So I picked up this year's April CPI was 4.9. So what I had in there as a proposal was to go with a 4% cost of living for next year. We would end up still being 0.82% over for a 5-year average, but we're also running about 8 months behind by the time we do this. So
And that includes the $1 an hour raise?
Yeah, that includes the $1 as part of this calculation. Because that's, if you look at where it starts with 22 April there on the left side, the CPI was 8.2, and I'm showing that we did 9.92 in 23, but 4.92 of that was the $1 an hour.
Okay.
So the way I wrote that in at the bottom then was to look at that and then just to give the commission some leeway one way or another, look at that average over the 5 years plus or minus 1% to give you a little bit of leeway to go back and forth with it. And then my thought was converting that to a dollar amount instead of a percentage each year, just so we don't widen that gap between the lower paid and higher paid employees any more than it is. And so that the lower paid employees, who are probably the ones that need the increase more anyway, would actually get more. And then people like myself that are making more money would get a much smaller percentage, but would get the same dollar amount. And then at the very bottom of that page, just to show an example of what the difference would be between a straight percentage or a dollar amount, I took the 5 salaries in my office, just to use as an example. So that's including me. And I put in what each one of those would get if we did a straight 4%, or I converted 4% to what an average across our employees would be, and it came out to 87 cents. And then I showed what we'd each get if we went to 87 cents instead of a straight percentage. Now, what I didn't get included on there before I sent it out to you, because I thought about it later, was actually showing what that percentage would be on each one of those. And starting with the lowest paid one on there, it would actually be 5.24%. And up to the very bottom on there, which was my salary, would be 2.46. But the 4 that are lower than that on there range from that 5.24 to 4.68. You would actually have to get to someone who's making about $21 an hour right now for that 4% and the 87 cents to.
So that's the breaking point.
Yeah. So just something for you guys to take a look at, and if you don't like this idea or have something else you'd like to look at, I'd be happy to try to work up some other proposals. But I thought this was a start, and if we did have some type of policy in place, then I could tell all the departments when we start working on budgets, hey, here's the range of what the COLA should be next year. Figure that into your budgets. And I still left a little leeway with the plus or minus 1% for the commission to adjust that sum each year. So I guess I'm just looking for opinions or your thoughts on it right now. Also, I'm going to be looking for what you do actually want to do at the first of next year, but.
How long is it gonna be before we actually know where we're at on the budget? I mean,
For the total,
yeah.
We get everything in there really, because I don't know until I put every department in. And at the moment, you're still missing several of the ones that I need to do for you, which is my project over the next couple of weeks to get all them done while we're getting all these building figures in too. So I guess a general question to start with, what do you guys think about having a policy in place for the COLA? Whether it's this policy or some other policy.
I think it's a benefit if we have some guidelines set up of what we're looking at and how we're determining those factors. That way we're not just randomly pulling numbers out of the air. If we break it down and do it on a dollar amount, are we going to end up putting other people behind at some point? Are we just shifting where we're putting people behind, or?
It's possible. I mean,
I'm just asking.
I think that is a possibility. And I know, well, like, when you get away from the elected officials, most of the others have some opportunity for merit increases every year too. Now, our merit increases, the steps are very small, but for people who are deserving of more of an increase than others, we've got a little bit there to work with.
Right.
What we've done a lot of times over the years is we'll supply the cost of living typically to everyone. At times, commissioners have decided to exclude themselves from it, which you guys did with the dollar this year. But merit, anybody except elected is typically eligible for that. Now, the department heads would be the commissioner's decision on merit for them.
Right.
The people that work for them or for the elected officials is usually that department head making a suggestion and getting it approved by the commission on what to give. And then usually for the electeds, we've looked at it every 3 or 4 years to see how we compare to other elected officials to see if we need to adjust there at some point. So, I mean, this would not exclude making other adjustments when needed. This is strictly the cost of living part of it is what I'm looking at here.
Okay.
And again, it would be just like any other policy with the county. You can't really put something in that's going to bind future commissions. It would be more of a guideline, a policy statement. It does not mean that it couldn't be changed by yourselves next year or by a future commission in another year.
Of course.
You have an answer on this when?
Oh, probably in a couple of weeks anyway. I said next week, I don't know that I'll bring much in on budget, but I'd like to try to have everything at least into you by 2 weeks from now, which would be, the 7th of August.
Yep.
And then maybe by the 14th, after it's all in and I get it all put together, I can bring back a somewhat finished copy of the budget at that meeting for you to review and make suggestions on changes you would like to see or approve what's there, and then have it ready to publish the week after that. Once it's published, you can still cut things out of the budget if you need to. You just can't go up after it's published. So you've still got then another 3 weeks or so, 2 weeks, I guess, after the publication before you would make a final decision and approve the budget.
So the national average this year is 4.9%.
Well, it's a Midwest average is the one I
Oh.
looked at, not a national. The Department of Labor Bureau of Labor Statistics is where I went to for the source on that. And they do a Midwest and a West and an urban and a rural, and they have all kinds of different indexes out there. I just picked a Midwest average to use for us.
What else you got? So we talk about this in 2 weeks or
Or
Again,
deadline of a couple, I mean, I guess you're gonna be gone next week, but the other two of you want to talk about it some more next week, we could too, but definitely within a couple of weeks, I'd like to know if this is something you'd like to look at doing or not, and if not, even if you don't want to go with that, we need to make some decisions on what we do want for cost of living for next year within a couple of weeks, because or at least an idea within a couple of weeks, so I've got something to work with. And again, that could still be adjusted a few more weeks after that until everything's final on budget. Other than that, I had some budgets that I'd sent out to you that I wanted to go through today. The packets as they are here right now actually have 6, but there's only 5 I'm really looking for approval because I want to make some adjustments to the capital improvement fund. but if you want me to just run through these quickly on the ones we do want to look at today. The debt service was the one I think I had on top there.
Yep.
Our payments as they currently stand, if we didn't do anything with bonds, are those first two lines, the bond principal and bond interest. So even if we don't do anything at all, we're going to have 345,000 in principal and 565,157 in interest next year on the current bonds. There is, I think I mentioned earlier, like $1.5 million, even after, if we would spend all this, there'd still be $1.5 million left in that fund at the end of the year. I put in 300,000 for principal and 300,000 for interest next year on additional bond issues, knowing that it was not going to be anywhere near that. I just threw some numbers in there to give us budget authority. So there would be no intent of spending all of that. It just gives us the authority and budget, and we have more cash than that there if we needed it anyway. So it is safe to have it approved at that level. It's not going to hurt anything. It does not affect mill levies at all because it's sales tax funded. So, I mean, unless there's other questions on that, that's how I arrived at that one. The next one you had on there was the capital improvement fund. So after today's discussion, I think the easiest way for us to handle it for budget is for me to show us transferring money into the capital improvement fund for next year to give us the authority to spend it there. That transfer in this year's budgets that it comes from, which would be special building and probably contingency would be the main sources of it, would show as an expense for this year. So I would do those budgets showing that expense. If we actually spend the money on construction this year, there would just be less to transfer at the end of the year, but we'd still have all that expense available this year.
Right.
And it would give us the budget authority next year to spend money out of capital improvement. And then the flip side of that was, say we spend 100,000 this year instead of transferring it. So even though I would show a transfer of, just to pull a number out, say 300,000 into next year, if we only transfer 200,000, then that's all we're going to be able to spend because that's all the cash that would be in that fund. We'd still have the budget authority for 300, but we wouldn't have the cash, so we couldn't do it anyway. But that one I'll adjust and bring back in with the other budgets. Sewer district is the next one I have on there. Again, this is a fund that is funded completely by the collections on the sewer district in Centerville, so it has no effect on the tax levy. It is authorized to levy taxes if needed because it is by statute, a tax levy type of fund. However, we have never levied a tax for making our sewer payments every year. Right now, we're spending money on utilities, basic maintenance. We're building up a pretty good sum of money in that account because we have collected more over the past few years than we've needed to spend. Give me just a second and I will open that budget sheet up where I can look at the exact numbers on it. So with this proposal, our actual expense in 22 for the sewer district was $6,023. Most of that was utilities. There was a little bit of commodities, like some of that may have been some chemicals or things we use with the sewer district. There was a little bit in capital outlay. I think we bought some, I don't know, pump parts or various things. Yeah. This year, I'm showing that we would spend 27,000. That is way more than we have spent up to this point in the year. It's just allowing us the budget authority this year to spend it if we need to. And then I put in 95,500 for next year's expenses. If we would spend 27 this year, we would have 95,900 available next year, and I just bumped the budget up to 95,500 to give us spending authority on most of what is there. Again, I don't know of any big project we have up there where we're gonna need to spend that kind of money. This is in its own fund, so if we don't spend it, the cash just carries over to the next year in that fund.
Okay, that makes sense.
The one you have after that is the 911 telephone tax fund. Again, on that one, this is just looking at balances in the account and what we would have there if needed. Let me get to that page in my budget form. Last year, we spent $29,167,000. We had 215,000 budgeted. We carried over 207,000 in cash the beginning of this year. Up to this point this year, well, at the end of April, we had spent 18,000 out of that fund. We have spent some more since then. I went ahead and showed that we might spend up to 110,000 this year. I would guess the only way we're going to get to that is if there's some equipment upgrades or things we need to do with 911, because our normal payments are not going to come anywhere close to that. If we would spend 110 this year, we would have 250,000 in cash available next year. And I just left the budgeted amount at the 215, which is the same as it's been for the past few years. And
this is paid through cell phone bills, right? Or is,
yeah, your phone bill has a 911 tax on it. So again, this is not a property tax item. It's a separate fund that's funded entirely by what's collected off of phone bills. So there's no reason we can't do the 215 there to give us the budget authority, because we'll have plenty of cash to do it. There's also another little one on 911 that we call the Linn County 911 Fund. This one came about a few years ago. I think Pam was in on some of that conversation that we should be putting some things in a different fund instead of the regular 911. We put a little bit of money in there one time. There's $249 in it. We've never used it for anything. I think we've kind of gotten to that point where we're not really worried about using it. That's just the cash that's left in that fund, so I left it in the budget for next year. Unless there is a reason legally that we need to start using that for part of it, we probably should just close that fund out at some point and transfer it back to the regular fund. But that's maybe a discussion I need to have with Pam, with Kevin, with Gary, to see if there's some legal reason we had that. I don't remember the reasoning at the time it was even created. And then the last one in there, we've got some money that's been sitting in the DARE fund for a few years that we really haven't done anything with. So again, that one is just a cash balance that's been sitting in that fund.
can we do something? I mean, because they don't have the DARE program anymore, right, Kevin?
That's correct.
So can we transfer them? How, I mean, what'd be the best thing to do with it? We're not going to do something with it.
I don't know where the money was derived from.
You got to go back quite a few years, Stevens, because it's been sitting at that 1406 for years. So it's probably another one we ought to look at with legal counsel and see if there's a way we can just transfer it out into somewhere else. Or if there's something we could do with it that's
I can tell you that.
training
That
related.
grant was written in 1996.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's leftover proceeds from that grant or what.
It probably is.
So could we transfer that over to, I mean, would your SRO officers be able to utilize it in any school function?
It depends on how the money came to us, how we legally have to spend it. And I don't know where it was derived.
And that's something we're gonna have to research and see, but there's really no reason to keep this in there year after year if we can transfer it out and do something else. So that's something we could look at before the year's over or sometime next year and see if we can just transfer that into another operating expense somewhere. Again, we're talking about $1,400. It's not gonna be enough to make a big difference anywhere, but right now, it's just sitting there and we have no real use for it, so I'm just leaving the balance there as budget authority. Having that budget authority does mean if we find that we can transfer it somewhere else, we could do that. We got the budget authority. It's just a legal issue on what we can or can't do with that money.
Okay.
So that's really all I had for you today. Now, there would just be 5 of them since I don't want to do anything with that capital improvement yet. do you have other comments or questions on those or any reason to change anything there?
I don't know.
I don't either.
I don't either.
I make a motion that we tentatively approve the debt service at, is it
1.5.
$1,510,157. And then you said skip the capital improvement for now?
Yeah, skip the capital improvement.
And I'll tentatively approve the Linn County Sewer District at 95,500. The 911 telephone tax fund at 215,000. Another 911 Linn County fund for 249,000 or $249. And then, do you want to go ahead and do the DARE one?
Yeah, I mean, it's there, and that way we can, if we can transfer it, that'll give us the budget authority to do it.
And then tentatively approve the DARE fund at $1,406. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I think that's it for what I've got today. The comparison that I send out to you periodically, I highlighted the cells that we haven't done anything with yet. My clerk and election budgets are two of them I gotta get done, and then there's the courthouse contingency, windfall, special building. Those are all budgets that could be tied to some of the building projects, is why I hadn't tried to go anywhere with them yet. Couple of them I've gotten numbers on, but we haven't done anything with are the Trico and the SEK mental health. I did email SEK again, and I still have not got a response. I've got a number from them on what they want, but I have not had a response since about 3 months ago when they sent that number on trying to get them 119,000. So I will reach out to them. I'll try a phone call this time too and see if I can get them to get in here in the next week or two so we can get that one wrapped up. There's still an airport line there that I know we're working on some things to try to do something with the airport. However, I would assume we're still going to need to have some budget there next year until we get this sorted out. So I got to come up with a number, and I'll probably work with Jessica a little bit on that and see if we can come up with some kind of estimate to put in that one. And then the employee benefit fund is a huge one that I haven't tackled yet because I don't have the other funds done that are going to affect it yet.
Did we ever do anything with the fuel at the airport?
I can't say that, I know she's working on it, but I can't say there's been a resolution to it. I also, during our meeting, spoke to Todd and need to let you know that, and I'll get an email out to the sheriff and hopefully his dispatch can push it out to others so that we can get it out quickly. Tomorrow, Kilo will start, the process of getting Wall Street ready, so they'll do the milling first, and by Wednesday, they should be relaying our equipment.
And did you see the email I forwarded to you this morning from Kilo?
No, I did not.
I, for some reason, well, I guess not this morning, this afternoon. Shortly after noon, I got an email from Ken at Kilo Construction with an attachment, and the email says, "Here is the mix design for Linn 554. Please let me know if you need any other information." There's a file attached with a whole bunch of tabs on it on some kind of asphalt language that I don't understand, and I forwarded it to you.
I will get it over to Todd, and I was discussing this afternoon.
Because I have no idea why they sent it to me and not you to begin with.
As lost you would on that, but I'll put an email out to everybody and try to get everybody notified that they're gonna start that milling project, so there will be some, construction delays over there, and hopefully we can get emergency services all notified.
Chris, you want to, I read your email, Chris, you want to talk about that, or you want to mention that? And is there anything we got to do fiber-wise over at the old judicial center?
Yes.
Can you talk about that too?
Yeah, so as far as the old district court building, you mean? Yeah, There is currently a piece of fiber that's running from the courthouse to that building. It's running in some conduit, but that conduit got broke up with lawn mowing, so it's exposed and it's really not appropriate.
Yeah.
So we just need to put new fiber. It's a relatively short run, depending on where we end up landing the IT closet in that facility.
Should we,
From there out under and back over.
should we include it in the, get a price for it and put it in the whole bid process? You guys already got that taken care of? Or do you think that's what we should do? Include it all in the, with the building project, so we get it covered?
Because we can provide the fiber, but we'd like to have somebody pump it while we're at it, electrician or something. That usually get that done pretty easy.
Okay. Is there anything else on your end that you think, so we're trying to get a spreadsheet together of what exactly that project's gonna cost, so we can let David know, so.
Sure, yeah, I mean, we'll have to determine a closet or something to put the equipment in over there. I think I've got plenty of racks and switches and stuff, from the Justice Center build. I don't think we'll have any expenses in that. We should have plenty of Wi-Fi access points. We will have to stream new network cable through the facility. What was in there previously as district court was quite old and not really done very quickly over time. So we'll have to pull new wire, but once we determine where their office spaces are, we can get that drawn out.
Cool.
And again, we can have, we can supply the wire. That's typically what we end up doing is we supply the Cat6 and then the electrician in their bid will pull wire. And then we'll go ahead and terminate it because that can be a pretty big expense and that's no problem for us.
Okay. So you work with Sean and Randy, thank you, appreciate it.
In regards to the email that I think I got that back today from the tower folks. So after working with Public Works and them, if we can time it, there's no reason I don't think we couldn't, with the tower project that you approved last week. So it's one mobilization while they're here, and with Public Works, they would have a crane come. This would be in the pit. They would bring the crane. They would bring the tower climbers, take all the stuff down, do all that, rig the tower sections, unbolt them. The crane would swing them around, and then Public Works would take them apart and dismantle them into a small pile, where we would then doing all of that. They gave us a quote of $19,000.
What was it originally? 30?
Yep.
Plus the crane, or that would include the crane?
That did include.
It did?
It did. Anything else?
I don't have
I
anything.
don't think so.
Thank you, Chris.
Got a question for you when we're done, if you got a couple of minutes.
You guys got anything else? Anybody?
I don't.
I don't have anything.
David? Nope.
Good.
Evan? Sean? Nobody? Nobody. All right. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.